Okay, then let me get my commissions done. Get those out of the way first, and then and then I'll, and then we'll do a leap run real quick. Are we reacting to vids this stream? Yeah, I'm supposed to watch, what was it? I'm supposed to watch some Inkanamiya video and see what that's all about. Really, tonight was just to be, really tonight it was supposed to be whatever. Honestly. But, yeah. You know, it'd be fun to watch my first Genshin stream. I don't know if I'm at that point yet. Let me watch it in a year. Also, let me not fuck this up. Okay, commissions. Did I get my commissions yet out of the way? No, I did not. Okay. On stat. I was about to miss my commissions. Ace? Is this me or is the Genshin really low? What the heck? Oh, I turned it down. That's why. Okay. What if you watch the old Samara trailers? Oh, I'd love that. Yeah, that sounds good. Hello, official. What? I'm going this way.
Scatter! Yeah, skyward!
What the hell is going on up here?
Skyward!
Hello.
One shall not back down! Seize the skies!
Let me leave you alone.
I'm going in!
Mighty mythical beast! Up to it, Manzai!
I need these, I need this. I need this, I need this. I need this. Go here, go get this, go here, go here. Ace, I got a video that summarizes all the patches we've had so far. What, in Genshin?
Scatter!
I wouldn't hate that. Hello. Oops.
Stray clouds converge!
Ring cutter. Off we go.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Oh wow, I killed him. What?
Adventure.
Where? Oh.
Mighty mythical beast!
Okay, next. I'm not watching the Fontaine trailer. It's teaser. I just don't want to watch them. I'll watch them afterwards. This should be the giant wind thing, right? I think. No? Oh, okay, well, guess not.
Yeah, skyward! Scatter! Seize the skies!
Witness the power.
I'm going in!
Is that it? Oh. Okay. And that's final! Oh boy. What? What do you need me to do? Search for traces of wind on the tree.
Yeah, scatter! Skyward!
Search in the tree for traces of wind. What in the world? What do you want me to do? I've never even seen this before. Oh. Okay, there's one, there's two. Where the hell is three? Oh, please don't do this to me, girl. Oh. Hi, Casio. Good to see you. Hello, 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 hello. Chatty. Okay, go here. Okay. From now until reset, quick. Join, hurry. Okay, I got that. Nice. Okay, elite farming. Okay, there's that. Got that up. Okay. Alright. Inca. Go here. There we go. Okay, cool. Alright, come with me.
Skyward! Scatter!
Aren't there specters here too? Yeah. We gotta kill these too. Because I was checking my ascension calculator. I'll show you guys it in a second. I was checking my ascension calculator. I'm gonna need a lot of specters. Kookie's gonna need them. It's kind of. Oh my god. Can I?
Many happy returns.
Yeah, Kookie's gonna need them. Yeah. It's just gonna be pretty insane. I'm gonna need a lot of specters, and I'm not really happy about it. There's gonna be a lot of farming I'm gonna need to do. Which way am I going? It's this way. It's this way.
Skyward!
Right? Here's where the slimes are. It should be right here.
Now you shall perish.
Perfect. Grab these. I'm gonna need a lot of slimes too. Yao needs slimes. Apparently Zhao needs slimes too for some reason. Yeah, apparently Zhao needs slimes too for some reason.
Skyward!
Wait, where'd they go? Where'd they go? I guess I already got them? Oh yeah, I did some of these last night. Yeah, because I needed some for Kazuha. That's what it was. Alright then, instead, why don't we go follow me to the chasm. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, maybe we can start here. Oh, by the way, I got Kazuha up to his final ascension. All I need to do is get him to level 90. Because apparently him being level 90 is really important because he has transformative reactions. And his damage gets really fucking high.
Scatter! Make way for the Adeptus!
Hello?
Scatter! Skyward!
This one's right. Justice will prevail.
Seize the skies!
Where am I going? Over here? Yeah.
Take it easy. Skyward! Scatter! Quietly now. Make way for the Adeptus.
Warfare, I guess.
Warfare,
Warfare, I guess.
Oh, I forgot. Is it just Navia time?
Take it easy.
Okay. If it's Navia time, I got you. Okay, so teleport back and fly down to the bottom. I'll be there in a second.
Let's light it up. Everybody stand back. Warfare, I guess.
Where the hell is he? Oh my god. Oh my god, this poor dude. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Okay. Here? Yeah. Alright, where's he at? Go, 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 go! We have 25 minutes. We can possibly get it done in 25 minutes if we hurry.
Well,
Okay, 97.
feeling lucky.
Okay, perfect. Next we go to over here, I believe. Yes, here. This is where we get the... yeah. The ruin grate over there, and...
Off we go.
nice.
Fire! Everybody stand back. With let's light it up. Feeling lucky. Watch out. Let's light it up.
Nice. Alright, come with me, come with me, come with me. Let's light it up! Three white women with shotguns. Fontaine, Fontaine, quick, 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 quick. All right, all right. Fontaine, 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 and then here.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork. Adventure time. Attack! Feeling lucky.
Damn, if only I had Pyro Infusion. Is Season Bennett actually worth? I don't know, man.
Going in.
I was thinking about the follow-up, by the way. This is sweet. Okay, nice. Grab this.
Adventure time.
Okay, quick. We gotta go. I think it's up.
Adventure time.
What we got? 20 minutes? Okay.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Off we go.
Press 1 if you have Nabia. I'm curious. How many people of you have her? Did I not burst? Yeah, I did. One.
Adventure time.
One. Oh my god.
Off we go.
Am I just not in the cool kids club? Did everyone decide to use her Primo Gem / money to get her? 1 with weapon. Ooh, I wonder what a weapon does. Don't tell me.
Everybody stand back. A proper send-off from Lucina with love.
What is she saying? From Lucina with love. I still don't know.
Let's light it up.
I promise you after you meet her. Okay.
Let's light it up.
Oh my god.
Reinforcements are here.
Why did I burst? Hello? Okay. Next we gotta go back. And then go this way. Nothing will make me pull for a Geo character. Well, that's my thing. I'm like, do I have an enemy for that?
Adventure time. Everybody stand back. Feeling lucky there. Adventure time.
Wait a minute. Can I use up here? Well, it's up here. Can I use her with like? What even makes a good Geo team? What do you want, Bennett?
Off we go.
And what else? Do you even want Geo Residents? No artifacts yet. This is fucking lame, but okay, cool. Zhongli, probably for Geo Resonance.
Off we go. Teamwork is dreamwork.
You could use her with Ningguang. Yeah. Noelle would work. No, because Noelle has too much on-field time, right? If you were gonna use Noelle, you'd probably use her as like a... I don't know. On-fielder. Please don't do this mini Finn.
I'm going in.
What in the world damage? Apparently multiple Nabias are really good because apparently you share guns or something. Like you share shotguns or bullets or whatever. God, these things are so nasty.
Off we go. Adventure time.
Oh, great. I need help.
Hey there. Teamwork is dreamwork. Why do they never miss?
Okay, nice.
Off we go.
Okay. From here we go to we gotta go to back to the same place, right? No, go to the right. The burst gives shards to all Nabias. Yeah, that's what it is. I think we gotta go this way. Yeah. Wait, did I do that wrong? I think I did it wrong. Hang on. It's this way. Yeah, there it is. It's right here. Are they? Oh.
I'm going in. Get out of here. Adventure time. That's gonna hurt in the morning.
I need help.
Go. Huh? Yeah. Fire! Teamwork is dreamwork. Get out of here. Take cover. Feeling lucky. Let's light it up. Adventure time. Everybody stand back.
It's okay, guys. I'm helping.
Off we go.
Okay, well, I don't know if I'm gonna need these, but wait, are there any craftables in Fontaine that are particularly really good? Okay, so you guys got those, and then you got the ones right there. I'm not sure if there's any more here. I think maybe. Oh yeah, there are. The sword is good for Farina. They got Favonius swords here? Wait, what?
Teamwork is dreamwork. Take cover. Watch out. Feeling lucky. Attack. That's the way. Let's light it up. Fellow warfare, I guess. Watch out. Let's light it up. Everybody stand back. Yeah.
The Flu
Watch out.
Condre Ferryman sword.
Feeling
Can I still get that?
light it up.
Okay, nice job, y'all. Okay, next is over, I think it's over here. Next to the yellow island, right here.
Get out of here.
How long does fishing take? Like 2 days?
Ignorant and waiting.
I'm going in. That's the way. Fellow warfare, I guess. Feeling lucky. Your name on it. Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork. Fire! Adventure time. Let's light it up. Everybody stand back. Benny's adventure team.
I died.
I have failed you.
Hold on, do you have Nabia too? Oh, please don't investigate. Oh, this is such a bad place for these.
Adventure time. Winter shall eventually come.
Okay. Alright, the Chu Vale. Not here. Okay. We gotta go here. I think. Yeah. The Taylor Swift Committee? Huh? Then who am I supposed to be?
Off we go. Adventure time.
Oh yeah, everyone except Scott. Yeah.
Fire! Teamwork is dreamful. Could it break
I
the curse?
Okay, well it's just these two spots. Just wait for a second. Just go to the next. Actually, don't go to the next one yet, because if you do, then we don't get the experience.
Everybody stand back.
It's okay, we got this.
This one's got your name on it. A super Santa from the Cena with love. Let's light it up. Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork. Hey there. Let's light it up. Hey there. Attack. Let's light it up.
Let's light it up.
Stand back. Get out of here. Take cover. Here we go.
Okay, no shade, but does your Nabia have artifacts? I'm kidding, 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 I'm kidding!
I'm going in. A proper send. Light it up. From the Cena with the take cover. Light it up. What's your problem? Everybody stand back. Adventures. Let's light it up.
Uh-oh.
I'm going in. Let's light it up. That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Let's light it up.
Let's light it up.
Okay, next place. Alright, I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the one. You can technically get the fishing done in 1 day. Wait, really?
Teamwork is dreamwork. This is just my.
Can I get some damage? Oh my god.
Let's light it up.
Oops. Oh.
Off we go. I'm going in. Fire! Well, I guess. Fire!
Bitch. Let's light it up. Oh, that was fast. Oh my god, wait. Hello? Okay. After this is our favorite one from over here with the whooper flower.
Take cover! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Sorry, I need this for Farina.
This one's got your name on it! Hey there! Let's light it up! Fire! Everybody stand back!
Let me guess. Is Navi a crit damage? She seems like crit damage. Is it crit damage? Okay, from here we go to Sumeru. Okay, we go to Sumeru underground. Yeah, okay.
Adventure time! A proper send-down! From the teamwork is dreamwork! Watch out! Proper send-down! From the
7 minutes. Okay.
this one's got your name on it! Let's light it up! Hey there! Get out of here!
Ooh, an instructor cap! Yay!
Adventure
Awesome!
time!
Get out of here. I don't even want that thing anymore. I hit it with pyro. It's over. Like,
I'm going in! Take cover!
hey there! Take a shot every time. Take a shot every time you hear a Navia burst. Just curious to see what happened. Hello? Hello?
Adventure! Everybody stand back! Get out of here!
A proper send-up. From the kingdom with love. Teleport. Yes.
Take
Feel
cover!
a little lucky.
We have 5 minutes. Okay, from here we go to down here. There should be 2 laser beams. And then 1 over the hill there.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Take cover! Off we go!
Hey there! Hey there! Got your name on it.
Let's light it up!
So how is Geo Resonance helping me out? What am I getting? 25% nothing? Oh my god.
Proper send-up.
Go in! Out of the way!
Oh my god. Holy shit. Y'all blew him up. Oh my god. Okay, I don't know if you guys can do Aranara, but if you can do Aranara, follow me. Oh, you've done Aranara. Follow me. It should be up this way. I always fuck this part up. Okay, there it is. Geo Resonance down. Oh, that's awesome. Wait, what? Like a free VV?
Attack!
Geo VV?
A proper send.
Come here.
Coming at ya.
Everybody stand back!
Out of the way.
Is that the only way to lower Geo Res?
Off we go! I'm going in!
What the hell was that? Not right now, because we don't have time, but y'all need to show me her autos. Hello? That was cool. What? Okay, come with me. Don't die.
Adventure time!
Don't die. Somebody's gonna die.
Get out of here!
Zhongli too. Oh wow. And Scott died. It is very hard not to die here. And 2 of us died. It's like what the fuck?
Let's light it up! Let's light it up!
Okay, we have like 2 more we can do. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We gotta go to this one. Cryo is always far more effective in the rain. This is going to get interesting. Where's the...
Teamwork is dreamwork! Out of the way! Watch out! Fire! Let's light it up!
Okay, if we can hurry, we can get in 1 more, but I don't think we can. But if we really hurry and go here, we might be able to get 1 more. But if we really, 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 really hurry, We might be able to get one more, but I don't think it's gonna happen. If you jump on this thing, you get over there faster and you don't take fall damage.
Going in. Let's light it up. Horsemen are here. Let's light it up. Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Nice.
Why do they never miss?
I think they might insta respawn. Nice. Did they respawn? Okay, that would have been so funny if they respawned. Okay, cool. All right. Well, we might as well do the rest of the run, right? Oh yeah, we should see our attacks. Yeah, let me see. Can I see? She... What? Wait, that's awesome. Hello? Do you even use those?
This one's got your name on it. Coming at ya.
So, what's her combo? Or like, okay, yeah. Shoot, auto, then shoot again. Wait, can I see? N3 dash cancel.
Team, assemble. Hey there. Hey there.
So when do you...
Hey there.
So, okay. So, you just switched into Navia after bursting and using her Zhongli shield. Okay, you use Zhongli shield. You burst with Bennett. You... Wait, no.
That's the way.
No. Okay, it's Farina. Her best team is Farina, Bennett, Zhongli, right? And so you Farina skill burst, and then you Zhongli shield, and then you Bennett burst, and then you go into Navia. Do what?
Oh.
You use her
Really
Geo
wanna go
Infusion after her
traveling.
gun
I don't mind where we go.
to make more bullet
as long
shards.
as I have my friends with me.
Farina if you use MH.
Let's go find some treasure.
Chiori and Albedo are honestly better. Did she make it windy around her? Can you stay there and do that again? Did she only make it windy right here? Did y'all see that?
I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? Oh, ow.
What the fuck was that? Oh my god. Wait, so she's Animo? Okay. She ended Fenty. You can use Chiori, but if you don't have C1 Chiori, C1 Chiori, you might get shards for Nabia, but you're not getting full value out of Chiori. Why would Chiori work with Nabia if Chiori wants Geo constructs? Or yeah, what if Chiori wants constructs? What does she provide for Nabia? Wait, does Nabia make constructs? I need help. Oh no, I don't. Oh, thank you. Ooh, butterfly. Chiori removes that limitation. So she doesn't need geo constructs anymore. So it's basically like Fischl? Is it like Geofischl? They made Chiori needed for C1 to be better for her than Albedo. Oh, okay. Wait, can I see that? Can I see the weapon? The signature weapon? Ooh. Oh, this is that crit damage axe? This is the one that Gaming would maybe want. I think. Wait, that's cool.
Logo. It was designed by my
Oh, crit rate,
mother.
yeah, crit rate,
Have you noticed
crit
how
rate.
it's shaped like a heart?
Oh my gosh, I wonder how much crit rate it gives you. I'm gonna say 44.1. No, 27.8. No, 44. I'm gonna say 44.1. No, it's 44.1. I already know. Right? Also, can you come with me, please?
I really want to go traveling. I don't mind.
22.1. Fuck!
As long as I have my
Shit.
friends with me.
Damn it. Damn it. Fuck. Nabia has the 25% more rewards passive. Wait, really? The one, wait, the, okay. I was actually kind of looking at it. Wait, did these respawn? Oh, they did respawn. Nice. Okay. I was actually looking at it. I'm going to show you guys real quick, okay? You are not going to believe my ascension calculator. Don't fight those yet. You are not going to believe how much work I'm going to have to put in. Because I put in pretty much everything. Let me show y'all all the work I'm going to have to do. Maybe I don't want to wish for anyone else. Do you know why? Yeah, wishing is fun. 50-50 is fun. Primo gems? We love primo gems. We love primo gems. Look at this shit. Let's see. In order to build my Kazuha, Iron Sting, Yao Yao, let's see. Nahida, Kitching, let's see. Shen Yun, Kuki, Traveler, Zhao, it's Wing Spear, Lisa, Gaming, Sing Cho, Bennett, up to 90, Farina, Jean, and Yalan. Let's see. I'm gonna need, let's see, 2,029. Yeah, let's see, Heroes Wits. I'm gonna need 1,070. Let's see, Mystic Enhancement Ores. I'm gonna need 29 million Mora. And then all of these. Let's see, 164 slimes, you know, just, you know, 49 fucking Specters, you know. Let's see, 166 this. Let's see, some Kingshen, some Nakuweeds, Star Conchas. Oh, 92 of these Runic Fangs for both Kuki and Yalan. Whew. You know this takes 5.11 days of just farming these in order to get as much as you need to get someone up to from 1 to 90. It takes 5 days. Did you know that?
Let's go.
I'm gonna need 13 Ajdaha scales. Let's see, some light masses. More of these. Yep. What's today? Friday? Let's see. So Friday, it's a great day today. If I use all of my resin today, I'll just get 22 gold diligence books, and then let's see, 34 justice books, and let's see, 21 resistance books, and then, you know, 12 elegance books, you know, fun, ingenuity books. Holy fuck. How do y'all wish for characters? Like, I get it, right? Is it just that you guys have played Genshin so long that in order to build your characters... No, just be honest with me. So, in order to build your characters, did you spend this much time, like, getting everything? Like, did you get 166 of these? And did you do 5 days worth of boss farms? And did you get 29 million Mora at one point? Really? And this is just like a couple. This is just a couple characters.
Benny's adventure team.
1, 2, 3,
assemble!
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Or not.
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, Wanderer. No, no, thank you. So my other question is, so if I'm gonna need all of these things, if I'm gonna need all of these things at one point, when are you supposed to farm artifacts? Is the logical thing for me to do is to not even look at an artifact until I fought. Oh my god. How many days is this? 5 days, 10 days. Let's see, 20 days. Let's see, 2.5 days. So let's see, 22 days. So, oh my god.
Adventure team, assemble!
I could literally spend an entire month, a whole month, like 30 days dedicated to just farming world boss materials and not spending my resin on anything else. Are you serious?
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
I really want to go traveling. As long as I have my friends.
I guess I gotta get to work. I guess I gotta get to work. Well,
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
I guess I am new. I guess I am new. There's
Or not.
or not.
Here we go.
Oh,
Okay, but after that, you're good to go. Well,
with rock.
Everybody stand back!
This one's got your name on it.
you know, I really don't care about looking for a bunch of flowers or you know, seashells or whatever. I really don't mind that. But you know what I do mind? You know what I do mind?
This one's got your name on it.
I quite honestly believe that if there's one thing that I absolutely despise about Genshin, I think it has to be those world bosses. It has to be world bosses. I think there's nothing else in this game that's worse than those. They're so bad. I really can't believe they can drop 2.
Adventure time!
That is so gross to me. Am I crazy? Everything else I can kind of deal with. Okay, like everything is like, even artifacts. I think artifacts I'm like okay with, right? Because it's just about how picky you are, right? But you cannot do anything about world boss materials. Like it's just 2 or 3. Even an AR-60. I cannot believe that. That needs to be changed.
Get out of here!
It's the worst thing in the game.
A proper send-off from the Spinum.
They can't even guarantee it. That's the thing. Like it'd be different. Okay, how happy would all of you be if you could guarantee 3 drops?
President. I guess no. Not me.
Let's light it up!
Hey there.
Nice.
Let's light it up! Adventure time!
We actually should be getting 4 to 5, but we're level 8. I think that's such a logical thought process. I think that's such a logical thought process because if you get more materials from domains, right? From like artifact domains, from talent materials, all the things, right? Weapon materials or whatever. If everything as you get higher in world level gives you more and more drops / rare drops, like, are they just sitting there like tee hee hee hee, like about it? Cause like, there's this glaring contradiction there. We don't need to go up there. It's fine. It's so gross. Like, I heard the Honkai Star Rail is the way it is because they want you to do something while you're waiting for new content stuff for Genshin, so that you play Genshin, you can go play Star Rail because Star Rail is better with your time.
Everybody stand back.
Like they want you to play both games, and maybe comparing the two is actually a good strategy. Maybe it's a good strategy because even if you say like Star Rail is better than Genshin because of the way that they treat like farming and I don't know, resident stuff, it's not like they're saying, man, you know, in Pokemon like the artifact system is so much better, I'm gonna go play Pokemon. No. Like, man, like the resin system sucks in Genshin, I'm gonna play another, you know, Hoyo game. You know? It's like they still win, you know, like you know, like you still, you know what I mean? Oops. Come here.
Going in. Let's light it up.
Oops.
Take cover.
You guys just watching me do that with doing 10 damage. I think this is fun though.
Everybody stand back. Get out of here.
I'm gonna ask you a weird question that you might not have an answer for, but I'm curious. If Honkai Star Rail came out at the same time Genshin came out, how far along do you think you'd be in both games?
Adventure time.
Like, how would you divide up your time? Assuming you like them both, how would your time be divided up between both games? Do you think it would have taken you a longer amount of time to get to that, like, man, there's nothing to do, point in Genshin?
Off we go.
Not really. Oh. Star Wars had more to do in release. Oh, okay.
Get out of here.
Oh, I don't mean like bugs. I'm talking about okay. Without the bugs. Okay. Genshin, the way that I started playing it, 4.1. What was it? 4. When did I start the game? 4.2 or something? Genshin, the way I started playing it, like where they got a lot of quality of life stuff, like that Genshin. 4.3. 4.3.
We go.
Like, yeah, let's just say that.
Adventure time. Everybody stand back. Get out of here. Out of the way. Why do they this is just my
Oh my, on my way, don't leave. It's crazy because you basically only experienced 2 path cycles so far. Okay, can I be honest? Another reason why I'm not so like, get the Fontaine is because like, I don't want the last thing to do to be a bunch of exploring. I'm sorry, no. I do not want it to be like, well, I guess it's just time to do World Quest. I mean, World Quest I'm kind of okay with, but like, just exploring because there's nothing else left to do? Oh no. Okay. Oh yeah, story quest. Okay, yeah, I forgot about those.
Get out of here. Take cover.
I'm gonna die. Wait, I was just kidding. Don't overload me. I
guess I'm going home.
Oh yeah, and the hangout. Yeah, you're right.
Hello,
Speaking of which.
Rubber send-up. Hey there. From the speed of love.
Ooh, an instructor. Nice.
Adventure time. Teamwork is dreamwork. Out of the way. Watch out. Attack.
Well, when I played Star Rail, I don't know what it ends up being, right?
Get out of here.
But like, apparently there's not a lot of exploration. People were saying, I'm not sure if this is true or not, but people were saying that the story is less of a focus on it, right? So then I'm like, then what's, if there's no exploration and the story is kind of like whatever, is it just that the gameplay is that good or what?
Light it up. Hey there.
The story's been picking up. Okay, good. All right.
Off we go.
There are so many modes I've been encountering that I'm a little overwhelmed. Really? I seriously wonder what their strategy is. Like their business strategy, Hoyos? I really wonder what their strategy is when it comes to it, you know? Laptop crash. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Hello? Genshin is aimed at a way younger demographic. Is it? Is it? Really?
Why do they never miss? Everybody stand back.
Well, I wouldn't say that this is the most like adult thing ever, but like,
Adventure time. Let's light it up.
what? You got people getting stabbed, you know,
Dreamwork.
well, I guess I kind of see what you mean. Like, yeah, okay, I can kind of see it.
Hey there.
I can't see it like a 14-year-old picking up Star Rail and getting invested the same way. Do you mean like narratively, or do you mean like Genshin is full of pretty colors and bright and, you know, cheesy lines and stuff? It's more casual. Okay.
Everybody stand back. Take cover.
Mighty mythical beast.
Oh, that's nasty. I just noticed that with my gomming here, I just gave you guys 25% attack. That's kind of crazy. All right, let's go back. I don't know. It's kind of Do you think that it's possible to still enjoy and have fun with Genshin, like after I complete everything, and like, you know, kind of in the way that Jadef does it, like theory crafting and thinking about teams and, you know, being excited for the new characters they release to see how they affect like the game and stuff, and like think about the implications that they, you know what I think I could do, honestly, you know what would actually keep me very interested in this game for the longest time? I think that so many of these characters have such specific aspects about their kids. I really do think that I could sit here and like 4 stars and their constellations. 4 stars in our constellations. All these different team comps and resonance and what all these stats mean and probabilities and efficiency stuff. I think there's actually a lot to do in Genshin now that I think about it, for me at least, because you know, I don't need just a story is good and everything, but I think that if I think about Genshin and its combat, not in a way that's like, you don't really need to worry about that shit. Like, honestly, it's not that serious because you don't really have to do the most specific things to beat the in-game content at a certain point, right? Like, it's not like it's the hardest thing ever, right? But I guess it's like getting the most out of what you can, of what your characters can do. And also, like, I'd love to get to a point where I can start making, like, deductions or recommendations and, like, immediately see a character and deduce what their best set would be or something. That would be really fun. In fact, I think I'd love that. That'd be cool.
Everybody stand back. Let's light it up.
Divine everything? Wait, what'd I say?
Off we go.
I wouldn't care about the events, because I don't think the events are really worth caring about. Yeah, I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be okay.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Many happy returns. Alley-oop.
It sucks though, bro. Like, I really want to do more things sometimes. Like, I wish I could build my characters faster. Like, not artifacts, but I gotta wait for my resin repeatedly. I gotta keep waiting. It's like, fuck. I just gotta go do other things, I guess. It's just like, sorry, you don't have enough EXP books. Sorry, you don't have enough money. Like, sorry, you ran out of crystals. Sorry, you need to go get World Watch. So, fuck.
Off we go. I'm going in.
Hop to it, Montai.
I know. Go do homework, study, go outside, touch grass. I know. But oh. This way, right? This way, yeah. Quest and exploration do give you EXP books. You're right. To be honest, that's where a big majority of them even came from. Was just from that. You know what I just realized thinking about this? Oh my god. You know what I just thought about?
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's look.
If Bennett gives a flat attack buff, and Gaming and Bennett are on the same team, and they get Pyro Resistance that gives Gaming an extra 25% attack, and Gaming scales on attack, like his Ascension passive, or his Ascension stat is attack. Oh my god. And you're playing Vape Gaming? Oh no, I wish I understood stats. Because doesn't that just mean you always want an EM Sands on him? Because he already has so many different he's gonna get diminishing returns on attack because there's so many different buffs that he's getting. Oh no. Oh no. I don't need to attack that bad, do I?
Everybody stand back.
That's why I run Rain Slasher. I've heard great things about Rain Slasher. I kind of want one. Welcome to Bennett. So then. Okay, so Noblesse versus Noblesse versus Instructor. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm kind of confused about this. Like, how is Instructor just not better most of the time when you have a Bennett? Like, aren't you getting so many fucking buffs? Like, aren't you getting so many attack buffs? Do you need more attack buffs? On top of Pyro Resonance? Like, aren't you getting a free Noblesse just by existing? Oh, oops. 4-star limit. Okay, so here's my hope. Here's my hope. Here's my one wish list. Okay, please give us an Instructor, but like a little bit better, kind of like Tenacity for EM. I think if they did that, it would be one of the most game-changing things. Oh my god. If they gave you a way to buff EM that wasn't through Instructor, holy shit. Oh my goodness.
Adventure time.
Like, please. For your teammates, they didn't last stupid 8 seconds. You'd have to be on the field for it, and it worked like Tenacity. It'd be insane.
This one's got your name on it.
Oh my god. I don't think they'll give us that.
Nah, I want it.
I want to give EM buffs to my team. Oh, well, not too gross, but. Okay, actually, no. Maybe in terms of game balance, that's what makes Sucrose and characters like, I don't know, who was it? Let's think about this. Who gives EM buffs? C6 Diona, Albedo, Sucrose. Who else gives? I think Dendro Traveler does. I think C4 Yaoyao. No, she gives herself EM. She gives Dendro damage bonus. Who else gives EM? C2 Kazuha. Yep, C2 Kazuha. Who else gives EM? Nahida, of course. Does anyone else? EM. Who gives EM? Oh. Alright.
Sorry, partner.
C4 Tainori gives EM to the team? To the team? Did you ever watch the Wanderer teaser? The teaser? Did I ever watch the teaser? I watched the trailer, but I don't know if I watched the teaser. Hello.
Everybody stand back. Why do they
Oh
never
my
miss?
So wait.
Leave it to the president.
I cannot wait till I figure out what Farida does. She's insane. Let's see. You never saw the teaser? No. Oh, did I tell you guys how much I love Wanderer, by the way? He's one of my favorite characters, you know? Thanks to you.
No one's joined me on an adventure in ages.
I don't know, y'all. He's kind of good. Oh, where are we going? Where the fuck is that's right here. Okay. The Wanderer agenda has been fulfilled. Yeah, whatever.
I'm going in. Get out of here.
Like character-wise or utility-wise? Honestly, both.
Let's light it up.
Ow! I'm fine. Watch out! The show begins.
How come she has this one and then the other ones? killing. Wait, what? Okay.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Super send up. From the spin of the blood.
Till day you get lost prayer.
Let's light it up. Dally song. Let's light it up.
Okay, as soon as Farina hits my as soon as Farina hits my screen on the wish screen, we'll start Fontaine.
Hey there.
The second.
Off we go.
Days. October.
Teamwork is
She literally, it's literally 4.7. Be honest, be real. It was supposed to be this patch, was it not?
Let's light it up.
It's literally the next patch. You're crazy.
Yeah. I'm going in.
Well, you know. Did not see my chat. Wait, no, what happened? Oh. She's not in 4. Why would she not be in 4.7? That doesn't make any sense. Why would she not be here? Like what? What about me? Everyone else has Farina and she bricked the game and she's the best muted in the game, but everyone else can get her, so why can't I get her? And if the Archons always appear in 4.6, and then I start playing, see, they were like, ooh, our gay black detectors are going up. Yeah, let's change the powder. I don't know, it's over. They said wrap it up. We're done. Oh man. Everyone else gets their Archon and I get nothing. I get Sing Cho. Oh, yep, we should focus on him one.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let my name this body belongs to ice and snow. Look out. Everybody stand back.
I didn't want to get in the way of the mothers fighting, so I should have moved. Okay, that's like my favorite line in the game. Tee, how brilliant.
Shower me with praise.
No. I'm just sitting here and I'm just sitting here with Sing Cho, just waiting. Everyone else gets to have fun
Adventure
except me.
team, assemble.
And I'm also sitting here. I'm wondering if I'll regret not getting Nubolette. I'm really wondering if I'll regret not getting him. Do you think I will? Like regret not having him? I kind of feel like I will regret not having him.
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
Anyway.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Okay, but okay. So I have a question.
Let's
Like,
light it up.
you guys
Get out of here.
probably don't really need a Nubolette because you already have fully built characters, right? If anyone would need a Nubolette, Wouldn't it be? Wouldn't isn't he literally built like? Isn't he most optimal for a character for a player like me? Because I'm not established, and it takes a lot to build my characters, and I have to have very specific teams. For anyone, wouldn't he be like the most valuable character for me to get? You know what I mean? Like, why would an established person with fully built team, like fully built teams and a bunch of characters, like need a new bullet? It's not necessary, right? Because it's easy mode. You don't really need easy mode. So if anyone would need easy mode, that would like grant them more opportunities to get content cleared, and thus like more resources and stuff. It would be a new player, right? I think he's cool. I think he's cool, but I think he'd make me feel bad. Like, if I wanted to build Barbara or something, I think he'd make me feel bad.
Get out of here! Out of the way! I'm going in!
I'm just wondering how, like, potentially unhappy would I be if I wish for him? Like, if I tried wishing for him, and then I got, like, if I get Nouvellette, right? I wonder how potentially unhappy I would be in the future if I, like, lost my 50-50 on Wander and I wasn't able to get him without spending. I mean, I'm willing to spend, but you know what I mean? Like... Yeah, I'm wondering how unhappy I would be. You know, like, oh, man, I got the shitty new bullet, you know? I almost want to say, if it was between Wanderer and Nouvellette, I like Wanderer, and he is valuable to me in speedrunning. But he's actually not a really good character for me to build at all. Especially since I already have Zhao. And Nouvellette, he's cool and very easy and accessible, but I don't really know his character that much. He seems neat. I like his voice. Oops. Like, he seems neat. I like his design. I like his voice. I like his kit. So I don't know. You know, it's... Huh. Oh, nice.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork.
He's super important. Okay. Do you think by the time I get to Fontaine and I see him and his character, do you think I'll regret not having him? Like, do you think I'd like him? Honestly.
Let's light it up.
Damn. But I don't want to be poor. I almost want to wish for him. I almost want to wish for him. Aw, man.
Go on an adventure.
Maybe I'll get him. Maybe. Okay, when do you think he'll come back? When do you think he'll come back? When do you think he'll come back?
Everybody stand back. Get out of here. Out of the way.
Next year?
Let's light it up.
Like 5.2? Oh my gosh.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up.
Like, I can maybe wait that long. Especially, oh, you know what? Maybe I can't wait that long. Yeah, you know what? Because I'm thinking about it. If Yelan is in my future, Yelan's in my future, Farina's in my future. I have C2 Singcho. I'll have a bunch of Hydros. I'll have Gaming. Gaming
Good things come to
will
those who
finally
don't
have the
around.
piece of the puzzle that he
That's
needs
what
to
they
actually
say
start
anyway.
doing a lot of damage.
Knowing my luck, the opposite is probably true for me.
So maybe with my C6 Gaming finally getting Farina, maybe that'll be the boost I need in power to like really like start seeing the wrong one. To really start seeing the major changes. I guess you know what? I'll wait. Yeah, that's fine. I'll wait. I'll see what Farina and Yolan do for me. And then by the time New Bullet comes around, I'll finally have like all the time spent with Farina. I'll have Fontaine done and stuff, and then I can make a more informed choice on whether or not I want him, or I'll get him. That's yeah, that seems fine. That seems logical.
Get out of here!
Get a little silly.
Everybody stand back!
This is a weird question. Who is Yolan's best partner? Without, you know, spoiling her kid or anything. Who really wants Yolan? Because you know, Kachin really wants Fischl, right? Like, who really wants Yolan? Oh my god, all these men. Hu Tao, I'll hate them. She's more a partner for other characters. Oh, okay. Yoi Mia? Ooh, okay. Ooh! Arlecchino? Ooh, Arlecchino? Maybe? Yeah, no? Maybe?
Teamwork is dreamwork! Huh? Out of the way!
All things considered, I think me playing supports when we do co-op is probably the best idea because I'm the weakest one out of everybody. So I should probably just be healing now. It's fine. Yolan gives you fast, consistent hydro application. Which means... Wait a minute, here's what I learned. I learned that it's reverse vape is so good because if you apply pyro to hydro, you maintain more hydro than if it was the opposite way around.
No one's joined me on
And
an
so,
adventure in ages.
unless
Come on,
unless I guess you're dealing with
let's go.
Sean Ling, because that would mean that like she could always apply pyro over and over again. Okay, but under normal circumstances, if she applies that much hydro, she definitely would want to be.
Get them!
Shit. She definitely want to be with somebody who vapes, right?
Where did that come from?
Fast, consistent hydro. Yeah, Hu Tao sounds about right. Right? Wouldn't that also be Arlecchino as well? Assuming that Yolan's burst also it procs hydro when people use their normal attacks. It would be a character like that, right?
Nice and spicy.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Anyone that would be able to wave in normal attacks and charge attacks
Danny's
and stuff.
adventure team, assemble!
Anything that would like ICD. Yeah, child? No.
Ooh,
Ooh. C6 Bennett. C6 Bennett with pyro infusion with Yolan on somebody who normal attacks. Am I spitting? Am I thinking? Is my mind working? Farina, Bennett, C6, Yolan, because of pyro infusion, all the hydro,
some treasure.
the buffs from Yolan and Farina with some sort of normal attacker? I guess? I still don't know what their kits do, but...
I once considered keeping some pets in my office, but soon...
maybe someone like,
Ow! Where did that come from?
who normal attacks that doesn't infuse their...
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Oh, I don't know. Oh. C6 Yolan. Not C6 Yolan. I'm just saying Yolan Farina, C6 Bennett. What the hell is that? Oh.
That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Great.
Fire.
Would Yoimiya like Yulon? Yeah. Would Lenny? Farina would want. No, he would want. He definitely would want a vape.
Light it up.
Lenny would not. Oh wait, why? Oh, is he too slow because of his charge attack, so he wouldn't get the most out of it? Yeah, never mind.
Weather is not bad today. Oh, crud. I jinxed it. Now it's bound to rain.
Who doesn't have their autos infused with pyro that would want that? Like, what character didn't use their normal attacks, but now that Bennett infuses them with pyro and gives them a damage bonus, they're like, oh, fuck yeah. Coming! Yeah, coming!
Everybody stand back!
Don't die. Oh, great.
Adventure time! I'm going in!
Solidify.
Why don't you let me take the stage?
Adventure!
We'll have order.
Disappear.
I'm going in!
There's a funny team that uses C6 Bennett infusion. Oh, yeah. That was kind of my other question. What about Freeman or whatever and Eula? Since they use physical attacks, what if you said, fuck physical attacks, this shit sucks, and instead you... No, because they probably have physical damage buffs in their kit, so then they're not going to get any benefit from it. Oh. Freeman, yeah. Freeman? Frijoles, yeah.
Everybody stand back! Get out of here!
Now disappear.
Let's light it up!
You know what? Maybe I had enough of Pyro. I want to play some Cryo one day. Like, where are the Cryo bitches? How do you play Cryo? Like, what's going on with Cryo? I'm not seeing Cryo anywhere. Ayaka. Oh, how do you use her? Hello?
Adventure time!
Okay, I was about to say.
Teamwork is teamwork! Let's light it up!
And voila!
Off we go!
After the first down stopped appearing, crowds started to fall off.
Disappear.
What if Hydro? Wouldn't Cryo be a lot better with Hydro? That sounds interesting. Did nobody catch on?
Cryo is always far more effective in the ring. This is going to get interesting.
I got all you. I was like, wouldn't Hydro and Cryo be really effective? That really sounds interesting. And everyone was like, yeah, actually, freeze teams. Anyway, next. All right. I'm sorry, I trust you to be mature, but I see I have to put you back in your booster seat. These things are so fucking terrifying. Holy shit.
Step right up.
The fun part about Conria and that animation is like they're gonna sit there and pretend like these things were like living harmoniously amongst the citizens of Conria. What the fuck kind of purpose would this thing have? It's got a stabby arm. Huh? Yep, the Taco Bell. Yep. Yeah, Taco Bell. That's what we're right. They're farming machines. Farming?
Disappear.
I wish I had one of those. Can you imagine a farming machine in Genshin? Auto farm? Ooh, wouldn't that be cool? You had a little pet buddy. Oh no, that sounds like a good game. No, that sounds like a good game where you got a little farming buddy pet thing. You see those little flying things you guys have around with you? What they should do is they should slowly passively collect collect materials that you could send them out on a little fetch quest for. That would be cool. Maybe not a lot, but like, you know, a little something. That'd be cool. That's the teapot. I guess kind of, yeah. Expeditions. Okay, something besides, I don't know, fucking meat and chicken. And rocks. Hello.
Everybody stand back! Take cover!
Oh my god, are you okay? Oh my god.
Prepare yourself. No escape.
Maybe I wasn't meant for this world.
Get out of here! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Leave me alone.
Penny's adventure team, I have failed you.
Nobody eats me up.
Couldn't break the curse.
I really should put that up. Okay, let me do it right now. I really need to put it on the fucking soundboard, don't I, at this point? Hold on, let me...
I could use some healing.
Hang on.
No one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go.
I could use some healing.
Yeah.
Wait, where is it? What? Okay, I'll have to add it later. Okay, where am I going? Are these things not literally Yelan coded? Like, they're like secret agents that go invisible, and they're like, pay your dues. Like, it's, you know, and Ning Wong and Yelan and Secret Agent and Invis and The Run. No?
Are you here to play with me?
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Let me amuse myself.
Not again. Am I wrong? Oh. Thank you. I need to farm these because apparently I need 2 billion of them for Yelan. Maybe Yelan is that enemy coded. Okay, but who came first? Oop. I'm here to help.
Stay put. A fresh maneuver. You
What the hell is fridge? Dendro, hydro, cryo, dendro, cryo, Layla, dendro, Kokomi, and Ganyu. Wait, why does this feel good? Oh my god. Freeze plus Bloom. Is that a real team? Wait, this is actually kind of fun. Hold on, wait.
Don't be scared.
Frozen enemies retain Dendro better. Now what in the world does that mean? Ooh, maybe you had cry. Oh, Animo for VP. Cryo freezes Dendro. Ooh. Like it stops it from like ticking away or something? That's neat. Oh, that's why it's fridge. I thought it was just because it was... Oh, that's kind of neat. Wait. Can you give me a... Yeah, give me a fridge comp. That sounds like fun. Except everyone except except against, you know, bosses. Ooh, what's this? What's this? Ooh, it's so pretty. Oh, it's so pretty. Wait, hold on. Let me put it on my main monitor so y'all can see. Ooh, it's so pretty. Hang on.
I once considered keeping some pets in my office, but soon gave up on the idea. It's just not right to keep small animals where they won't be able to see the sun.
What's the
Don't
team?
put off until tomorrow what you
Windblade.
can do today. Come on, let's get a move on.
Whatever the hell this weapon is that gives EM. EM Sing Cho with 940 EM Sing Cho event weapon with 900 and ooh, and Kazuha struggles to hit 1,000. Okay, so does my
Word of
Nahida.
advice, don't break the law. Is there anything else?
Why do so many
yeah,
people
seriously.
make such a big
Don't
deal
break
out of
the law.
seeking the Adepti? There's Adepti everywhere, isn't there?
Wife, I'm pregnant. Dad, hi pregnant, I'm dead. Wife, no you're not. Wait,
You're up!
is Ganyu even important in this team comp? Warbo. Level 70 Yao Yao. Also, welcome, by the way. Welcome, Ghost. What? Look at this Yao Yao with level 2. You guys get on me for my Yao Yao. Look at this Yao Yao. This dude can beat 412 Abyss in 3. What? Okay. Nahida C1. Favonius Codex. What's it's okay. Huh? Favonius Codex. This is so silly.
Over there. Can we take a sneaky peek? Huh? Can
Here's one with the current abyss.
Just like we rehearsed.
Windblade! Windblade!
Oh, is this the level? Yeah, is this the free characters one?
Practice on yourself. Put off until tomorrow what you can do today. Let the show begin. Let's get a move on.
Dodge this.
Is this even good damage?
This one will be frozen in time. Cool it.
Just like in rehearse. I'll protect
If I played this team, would you guys still like me?
It's nearing its end.
Oh, so sorry.
Go for right this off the side. Whoa, what's happening over here?
Dodge this. Disappear.
Banquet must go on.
This one will be frozen.
Let the show begin. Let's dance.
The win.
Right this off the side.
Freeze. Oh, so sorry.
Why do so many people make such a big deal out of seeking my cat down?
They have really good artifacts.
Win disappear.
Don't put up until tomorrow.
What if you would
Come on, let's get a move on.
Wind blade.
That song was making some noise. Okay.
Freeze.
No one saves my sight. Over here, near me. Don't be scared. The publishing house has released numerous works that lay out military strategy in a simple, spark things up a little. Let it rip. Trip on us.
Come a little closer. Blitz. Surrendering will be gentle.
No escape. Near me. Ice and spice.
It's better to not spawn Dendro cores.
Freeze. Oh, so sorry. Dodge this. This one will be frozen.
I'm gonna be so fucking pissed
Disappear.
about these like upcoming enemies.
What's the hurry?
I'm gonna be so pissed. How does he deal with these bitches?
Don't get frostbite. Cool it.
Right this off the side. Let's dance.
Dodge this.
What? How does he keep them grouped up like because they're frozen? What?
Dad. Let the show begin.
Wind blade. Freeze. Don't get frostbite.
Oh my god.
Come a little closer.
I don't like this team. This team looks like shit. It makes me upset. I don't like it at all. Let's see. C5 Kaya with okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay. What about that weapon? C4 Kale, Warbow. Okay. 250. Okay. Okay. C6 Traveler, of course. With no leveled talent. Okay. With Vivi. C2 Barbara with sack fragments and 986 EM. C4 Lisa, insane. Fruit of Fulfillment. Wait, Udon? Okay, let's see. Two piece. Okay. C2 Amber. C1 Lynette. Okay. Engulfing Lightning C6 Shanling. With that's it? Oh. Who am I fulfilling? I don't know why that was more annoying the second time watching it. I don't know why that was so much more annoying watching it the second time. Like the second team.
Stay put.
I don't know. I don't know. That second team got on my nerves. Come with me. I don't know, maybe because it's Overload? I don't know why Overload looks like... Oh! I started out with Overload being my main team, but now I look at it with disgust. Because I'm like, if there's no Chevreuse there, no Chevreuse, I don't know. Who's making those noises? Is that Kokomi? There's no way that's her.
Let's move out. Oh, what's happening over there? Can we take a sneaky peek? Huh? Can
What's all that noise for? Where were we going? How did we get over there? Oh. Don't judge her. Mm-hmm. Isn't she one of the most popular characters? Even though she's written like that? Stop making fun of my baby characters. I swear, like... This is so inefficient, but I'll have to deal with it for now, don't worry. When I say popular, I mean like... Didn't she sell a lot on her banner, I should say? Or like, the second banner or something? Ooh. This is so bad. I cannot believe these baby characters. This is insane to me.
Don't you dare! Hey, go away! Ready, go! You, Blade, you're up!
So this is our team. This is our team. This is what we ended up with. We ended up with we went from three Nabias in a Bennett to two Yao Yaos, a fucking Animo Traveler, and Kokomi. Yeah?
Why do so many people make such a big deal
Well, yes.
out of seeking the Adepti? There's Adepti everywhere, isn't there? Don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today.
Come on.
Come on, let's get a move on.
I think you'd unironically love A Barbara, Charlotte, Kazuha, fridge comp. Barbara and Charlotte can be run together? Are you calling me the F word? Hold on.
Don't be scared. Hey, go away. Go Dennis, you look like.
Was it Yao Yao, Charlotte, Kazuha, Barbara?
Don't be scared. Billowing surge.
I cannot deal with this fucking team. Oh my god. Wait, is this perfect for pitching time? Hold on. Oh. Wait, this is literally perfect for pitching. Wait. I'll look at these later. Nahida or DMC? What's DMC's best team? Okay, finally. I get to... Okay. If you want to DPI, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, but can I get a tall healing Dendro character? I didn't even... Stop. Okay. It was an accident. I didn't mean it.
Hey.
Oh my god.
Arrived. Cut to the chase.
He's also a catalyst. I am not running Baiju in my fucking artifact runs.
Remember, hope comes first.
A brash maneuver. Don't blink. Hey. Protect you with signal speed of light. With sword comes shadow. Incoming. Hey. Don't blink. Let's move out.
Alright, Scott, thank you for helping me. I already left. Huh? Would anyone like to take Scott's spot? Oh, oops.
Incoming. Speed of
Seems
light.
like an emergency.
Thank you! I'll go back for those rocks, I promise.
Not to swallow.
Speed of light. Incoming.
Was Baiju not a big deal when he came out? Because people were like, finally, it's that Dendro character that we saw from the start of the game. Oh my god, I bet he's awesome. Alright, Scott, I need you to get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here. Please.
Speed of light. With sword comes shadow. Allow me. Incoming. Hey.
Oh wait, he was probably our first intro healer, huh? There was no Kirara, Baiju, and Yao. Baiju was probably first, huh? Ew. Wait a minute, was Baiju before Yao? Yeah, I guess he was, huh? Or no? Yao was first? Oh, then why the hell would you want
military
Baiju?
strategy
What?
in a simple and pragmatic way. Those are my favorite.
I mean, you know, unless you like the character, but you know what I mean. Like, if you already had Yao and you were needing something like, yeah. I don't know. Shield? Wait, is Scott gone now? Okay, nice. Shield, easier healing. Dendro, reaction damage boost.
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Ooh! Alright. Okay. Ooh, thrilling tails. Ooh! Because he scales on HP, doesn't he? Ooh. Like, get log on. Wait, what? Oh, rip. Okay.
Don't blink. To the chase.
Remember, help comes first.
Incoming.
Oh my god.
Speed of light. With sword comes shadow.
One with wind and cloud.
Incoming.
Mind the side effects.
Ooh, I got an instructor. Nice. Okay. I actually cannot believe she sounds like that. Is it weird that you get a little gust of wind over here randomly for some reason? Yeah, what is that? What is that? Is that Cloud Retainer helping you? Who is that?
Don't blink.
Venti farting.
Nowhere to hide. Hey! Hold the line! Incoming!
Bird's call.
Alright. Alright.
Speed of light!
Oh, great.
Don't blink! With sword comes shadow.
I don't know why I love Venti is so funny. The Venti jokes are so funny. I'm sorry. Like, I know that he's like some terrifying force that like leveled a mountain, but he's so unserious. Come on, man. Venti.
Incoming! Hold the line! Nowhere to hide.
One with wind and cloud.
The other Archons when Venti showed up to the Archon War in booty shorts. I don't think I'll ever forget that. That might be one of the funniest Genshin memes I've ever fucking seen. It is so funny. Like...
Speed of light!
There's literally no way he showed up to the Archon War in booty shorts. That is so funny. I can't. So good.
Don't blink!
Oh, nice. Did I get that one? Wait, where are we at? Okay, yeah. Okay. This one.
Come on, enough procrastinating.
No, it's this
Let's
one.
go.
Right? No, it's this one.
Respect must be given to the will of every creature.
Well, Celestia did ask him to serve. Well, this is not the right way. No, no way. This is not right. Okay, it's this one. Right? Yeah, okay. Is it just me, or does Venti need like a new kit? Is it just me? I think he's so lame.
Speed of light. Hey.
I mean, well, now I think he's lame. I mean, I think before when he first came out, like, he was probably fine. But I think he's so not Archon-y. Because you know how the other ones are, like, very Archon-y? He's not... It's not...
With sword blade dash. Speed of light. Incoming. Hey.
Oh my god.
Speed of light.
It's because Kazuha ruined everything. Well, okay. Did Zhongli get power creep? Or power crept? No. Did Raiden get power crept? No. Did Nahida get power crept? No. Did Farina get power crept? No, like, what? Zhongli was dog shit on release though. So was Venti. Sorry, no he wasn't. No he wasn't at all. Oh my god. If you could change Venti, what would you do? I know what I would do. I would give him VV in his kit innately.
Taking a turn for the better.
And...
To the chase.
oh, I know. When Venti uses his burst, he gives... He causes a swirl reaction. Okay, no. When Venti uses his elemental burst, he creates a giant tornado. No. When Venti uses elemental burst, he creates a giant gust of wind that reduces the skill cooldown of every character by 0.5 seconds every 1 second. How about that? Also, his A1 passive reduces stamina consumption from all sources. Okay, because all the other archons have something that has to do with the resonances, right? So couldn't Venti have, I don't know, like this one? Where is it at? This one, everyone gets this, and then, you know what I mean? Couldn't he do this, but kind of exacerbate it? Like reduce all skill cooldowns by, I don't know, 15% or something, or I don't know, 20%.
Yae Publishing House has released numerous works that lay out military strategy in a simple and pragmatic way. Those are my
Boring.
favorite.
Sorry, that was mean. That was so mean. That was so mean. Oh my god. Sorry. Oh my god. I should be nice. Do women's stories not matter to you? Ain't she a fish?
Incoming. A fresh maneuver.
Mind the side effects.
In Watatsumi Island, the fish have to stay together in order to protect themselves from the whale. We Watatsumians need to stay like a school of fish to protect ourselves. What is it? Some shit. What is it? Something. We gotta, you know, it's us versus the fucking world at Watatsumi Island Incorporated. We need to stay together like a school of fish. Is that what it is? Something, what is it? Sorry. When our people saw the stars for the first time, they must have been gagged. That's all I remember. Don't you like pitching? Hold on. Hang on. Okay, let's go watch Kitching's demo then.
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Time to go.
Ooh. That's the way I... Okay, but no, seriously. Like, not even just being fantastical about it, but, like, really, Venti. Like, I really do think all the other icons have something to do with, like, Raiden's energy recharge and bleh, Nahida, elemental mastery, because of their, like, resonances. Venti has nothing to do with his resonances, does he? He's the only one that doesn't have anything to do with all those resonances, am I right? So why don't we give him something that matches those resonances? Would that be good? But, like, to a more, you know, extreme degree. Can I swirl something?
Adorn my night. Into the wind.
Allow me.
Very good.
Wind strike.
Burning. Oh.
That hurts. As one with wind and cloud.
Am I helping?
Clouds high. The birds call. Wind strike.
Taking a turn for the better.
Incinerate.
Wind strike. One with wind and cloud.
Okay, right. But when Genshin starts doing remixed Venti, reformed, realized Venti, okay, it's gonna be sensational. Unleashed Venti. Attuned. There you go. Attuned Venti. I can't wait. Can I get some non-pyro damage here?
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god, that hurt the shit out of me. I could use some healing! Oh wait. You need electro support? Hold on, I got you, don't worry. You want to spread? I got you. Oh, it's my time. I've been waiting for this.
Come a little closer.
Be mindful of your injuries.
Come a little closer. You've been a naughty boy. Come a little closer.
Okay, can you guys just always play, like, I'll hate them, Nintendo characters so I can play Lisa? This is like the only time I get to play her. Please.
Come a little closer.
This is like the only time I get to play Lisa. It's not fair. I mean, it is fair, but yeah. Switch. Hang on. I saw this take earlier, and I want to know if you guys agree with it. The take was, if somebody
must be given to the will of every
if somebody
creature.
hasn't played a game before,
Fish in the ocean
then they
swims in
cannot
its
criticize
own
it.
direction.
Set of laws.
What are your
But
thoughts?
if you never test the limits, how can anyone know where the boundaries of these laws are?
Why not keep
The argument is that the gaming experience, like playing the game, the story, and the gameplay elements or whatever, you have to actually play the game as a game and experiencing it as a game in order to judge it as a game. Because if you don't do those things and you don't actually play it, then how can you have an opinion of it? Because you're not engaging with the game, so you wouldn't know. Like, you wouldn't know. On the other side of it, it's like you could observe elements about it and then make judgments based on that. But I don't know. What are your thoughts?
right?
Because to me, I'm like, I mean, yeah, that follows a certain, line of logic. Like, if you haven't played it, then how would you know? Like,
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. Come a little closer.
where the fuck she go? Oh. I wouldn't say that most stories. I wouldn't say that most stories in games are wholly contingent on
You're in
you
for a
actually
little
playing the
shock.
game.
Come a little closer. You're in for a little
Wait, what?
shock.
I would not say most stories in games are wholly contingent
Come
on
a
you
little
actually
closer.
playing in order to actually wholly perceive it.
You're in for a little
I think it was like,
closer.
was it criticizing? I think it was criticizing. Yeah.
Try not to enjoy this too much. You're in for a little shock. Don't be such a brute. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Okay, let's see. We already got the wolves. Oh, we didn't get this done here. Okay, come with me. A game I would say is important for you to play the game to appreciate the Krieg/story is FF14. Now, what's the difference? What's to say that some things you need to actually play, and other things you don't need to do all that.
Spark things up a little. Come a little closer.
Because my thought about it is like, my thought about it, it's like, you know, you can experience a lot of things just by like watching or listening to it, right? Like a story. You can like listen to a story, or you can like, you know, read it in a book, or you know, watch it in a show or whatever. But a video game has like this interactive element to it, and so if you don't interact, like if you don't play the game through interacting, right? Then you're just gonna miss out on things, right? Like, or you wouldn't have a holistic like view of it, yeah.
Come a little closer.
Oh God.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. Let's spark things up a little. Come a little closer.
Is the elite farm worth
You're
it?
in for a little shock.
I like doing the artifact routes. It only takes like 15 minutes. Oh, this should already been done, honestly. I'm honestly just passing the time, and because I need every more that I can get. I think that this is worth it if you have the time, because you can also get artifact drops from fighting elites. I kind of don't want to look at how much we're gonna end up with once this is all said and done. But I started out at around 97,000, and I'm curious to see where we're at right now. But I don't think this is worth it. It's just that they spawn every day. They spawn every day,
Come a little closer.
and so it's a good way for you to get a certain amount of money that you wouldn't have to otherwise spend resin on with ley lines. So I think that if you have the time, it's probably worth it.
Don't be so back.
I'd say the impact in storytelling in FF14 is particularly told through its dungeons
You're in for a little shock.
and trials to great effect.
Come a little
That if you just
closer.
watch
You're in for
someone
a
go
little
through
shock.
them, some of the punch from the story
You're in for a
beats can be
little
lost. I kind of feel that way about Ace
Come a
Attorney.
little closer.
Like watching Ace Attorney versus playing Ace Attorney.
Come a little closer.
Like if you just kind of like watch somebody else make the deductions rather than actually playing through the game and making the deductions yourself, right? And like slowly piecing together like the entire case or something, but then you miss out on a lot of things. It's not the same. Like, you know what I mean? It's, you know, it's not, because at that point it's like, it's just like a detective story at that point, right? Like it's like a, it's just like, you know what I mean? Like it's not, watching, yeah, like watching a detective game is not the same as, you know what I mean? I don't know, like, maybe that goes for some things and not others, but at the same time, a video game is meant to be, like, I don't know, interacted with and played. And I think that you can, you have story elements and musical elements and artistic elements and things that all come together to make the game, and you can draw inspirations from those things. But I think,
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
but I think like at the end of the day, you're playing Genshin Impact, right? Well, maybe,
Come a little
yeah,
closer.
I don't know if Genshin's a good idea or a
You're
good
in for a little
example.
This is a gift. Don't throw it away. Go, you squirt.
maybe this
closer.
isn't everything. Maybe it's only
You've been a
something.
naughty boy. Let's spark things up a little.
I guess here's my piece. You can have an opinion if you haven't played a certain game, but I would be taking your opinion with mass amounts of salt because you lack a certain degree of knowledge to fully understand the game's full experience. But you could also see, I like that, and that's how I feel too. What I ran into thinking about that though was like, okay, but does that also mean that now that that person's played the game, are they going to be biased towards it? You know what I mean? Like, are they going to be biased towards the game because they've played it? Am I going to be able to trust the opinion after they've experienced the whole thing? Because why would somebody play through a whole game? Why would somebody play through a whole game if, you know, they didn't have a certain amount of maybe bias towards it, right? You know, because they would otherwise stop. So I don't know. Oh my gosh.
You're in for a little shock.
You okay? Oh my god.
You're
Well,
in
I mean,
for a little shock. You're in for a little
I think for me personally, like,
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
I think as I get older,
Come a little closer. You're
like,
in for a little shock.
it's probably
Come a
better that I
little
don't
closer.
pretend to know about things and have a stronger opinion. Like, I feel like my opinions on things, if I don't experience them, would have to be like, they would feel lofty at best. You know what I mean? Like, and I'd have to be careful that like the stuff that I'm like saying is based on like, you know, I feel like this game is blank. You know what I mean? Not that the game is blank because I wouldn't know, right? Oops, sorry. Oop.
You're in for a little shock.
Like I made unfortunate judgments about Genshin without playing it. Like I thought it was some evil game that was just trying to steal everybody's money through like, I don't know, appealing visuals and stuff like that. Like any other gacha, but this wasn't like any other gacha, like at all. And you know, it's still not completely untrue that, you know, it's a business trying to take your money. But, you know, there's a lot of quality in this game, you know?
Closer. Try not to enjoy this too much. Come
And
a
I think if I
little
just wrote it off, I would never like see it, you know?
You're in for a little shock.
Does that make sense? You know?
You're in for a little shock.
Like if I didn't actually try it out, I wouldn't have had the opinion like, oh well, it's, you know, there's actually some pretty good things about it, you know? You know. Actually, this exploration is kind of fun, you know? Like, actually, they put a lot of effort into these environments. I mean, I don't know. I mean, perhaps I was being too hasty, you know? And that's not fair. I shouldn't do that. I guess in this game's case, people like it for a reason,
It's
right?
nearly time for afternoon tea.
Some people never go over that hurdle or choose not to. I would also say that maybe that could be a good thing too, because I wouldn't necessarily fault somebody for not playing a gacha game. Is that bad? You know, like even if you don't like Genshin, it's like, well, yeah, maybe it, you know, it. Oh no, you're not playing the gacha. You know, like I don't.
You're in for a little shock. Surrender and be gentle. Come a little closer. Come a little closer.
Oh, like writing it off. Oh yeah, writing it off. That's not fair. Yeah.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
You know what I will say? It is a little more boring thinking that way, isn't it? Or you could perceive that way of thinking a bit boring, couldn't you? Like, you shouldn't have strong takes on things unless you actually engage with it. I feel like that would shut down a lot of people. Oh wow, I think that would shut down a lot of people, would it not? Like oh shit. What you actually, you know, like, like you can't, you know, just saying things. Oh my god, can you?
You're in for a little shock. Try not to enjoy this.
Oh my god.
Come a little closer. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
I've heard some Genshin takes that border on racism while trying to decry the gacha parts. It's definitely painted my view on who particularly critiques this game. I would like more melanin in Genshin, but I think the idea of you kind of globetrotting and seeing a whole bunch of different cultures and stuff is, and you know, and engaging with them in this fictional world is, I like the concept. I like the idea. Obviously, they could do a lot better, and I'm hoping they will do so in the future, especially when we go to Natlan, right? But I think you know, it could be worse. Where am I going? I'm going this way. Yeah. They'll say stuff like, "Oh, the gacha stuff is so bad, typical of a Chinese company." Oh, yeah, that's not good. I think the CEO of this game was kind of cooking, and although the game can be dangerous, I do think there are many ways that you can get around its more exploitative part if you play intelligently and patiently, right? Or if you are going to spend, there are strategies that you can use to, like, you know, be a smart consumer, right? So I do think it's also on the person too. And if you're talking about, is this a C6 Yao Yao? Oh my god. I guess there is a certain level of accountability when it comes to that kind of stuff too, you know? I think it's just kind of easier to just not play the gacha at all.
No good for going out.
But, you know, then you miss out on Genshin.
Yesterday as well.
Like, yes, I know, do not engage, but when talking about engage, obviously people who only play 3 houses are allowed to have opinions. But the game that's celebrating 16 mainline games, don't be shocked if I don't consider your opinion that valid in my eyes. I will at least...
Come a little closer. Try not to enjoy this too much.
There's probably a lot to that, right?
You're in for a little shock.
At least play it, right? Because to me, because you know what I kind of realized about engage, like in your example, what I realized about engage is like, well, if you just fucking play it, right? You know, like it's like, well, if you just play. I think it's so funny because I think as I know people want to like tear down that game and uplift the other one. At the end of the day, it's so funny that it's like there is this almost collective agreement that people like cannot say that, you know, Engage's gameplay is less than the three houses. I think that's kind of funny. I think that's kind of funny. I think it's nice that the game speaks for itself. You know what I mean? In that department, at least. You know. Like I care at some point when the line is drawn between I care about customers and I want to take a jab at China. When I hear, yeah. Well, you've been here for a long time, so like you would be more open and aware of that kind of stuff than I would. Oh my god. Man, I knew I should have said that. Hi, Marilyn. Good to see you. Okay, I will say, though, like, if I really like something like, I don't know, if I really like Genshin, or if I really like Smash, or if I really like Pokemon, there's enough bitching I can do about things that I actually like. I almost don't have room to bitch about things that I don't even, games at least, that I don't know anything about, right? You know? There's enough to complain about, you know, good and bad. There's enough to criticize about the things that I've actually engaged with for that to kind of, for me to stay in my own lane, right? Like, thousands and thousands of hours playing Smash. There's a lot of takes that I have about that game, you know? But that's warranted after playing it for so much, you know? Like,
Come a little closer.
at a certain point, if I pretended like I knew about a thing,
Come a little
without actually engaging with it, well, it would kind of stop at a certain point because I'd have nothing to talk about, right?
Blitz.
Hold the line.
Now, follow-up question. What happens when it's something like, you know those gacha games with like the really, like, boobly designs or whatever? Are people who like initially saw like Xenoblade and they were like, ugh, you know?
Come a little closer.
What about that?
For a little shot. Come a little closer.
like what's that one game with a volleyball game? Like that one volleyball game with like a bunch of like, what was it? Some like bikini dead like volleyball game or whatever. It's like how can you have an opinion about whatever that is without actually playing it? And it's like, well, I'm
It's nearly
Dead or Alive.
time
Yeah,
for
that thing.
afternoon
Yeah,
tea.
that game. How can you have an opinion about Dead or Alive without playing it? Are you crazy? Yeah. That's what it is. Well, at that point, it's like maybe it just externally does not appeal to me, and maybe that's the criticism. No, I heard the game's actually like good. Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like. Oh wait, Bobby, what were you saying? In the lore of one of the Battle Pass weapons, Talking Stick, they talk about how Natlan. Oh my god, holy shit.
You're in for a little shock.
Rebuild.
Try not to enjoy this
Don't.
too much. Come a little closer. You're in for a
They
little
talk
shock.
about Natlan with a bunch of Central/South American and African references by name, and specifically mention a character's dark skin, so I
Come a
generally
little
hope
closer.
they mean
You're in for a
darker
little shock.
than whatever is in
Come a
this
little
game.
closer. You're
You think they
in for a
will?
little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Surrender and be gentle.
The time's beckoning.
Nice. I'm interested in Natlan. I want to see what they got going on there. It seems like a interesting place. I wonder what it's gonna add to the whole Genshin universe. That's my big thing about it, you know?
Come a little closer.
Because I like everything that I see so far. And I like Fontaine without even having to be there. Like,
You're in for a little shock. You've been a naughty boy. Try not to enjoy this too much. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Very nice.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Hold the line.
Do it.
Oh my god, please.
Surrendering will be gentle.
Oh, that is so much more damage. Okay, I see it now. Nubile Lisa. Okay, I see it. Oh, I cannot wait till I get this A4 on her. Holy shit. I feel the potential. No, I see it. Nier was a game I dismissed because I thought I saw the skimpy main and what I thought was ridiculous combat. I tried it last year and I loved it. I was wrong about that one. Yeah, Nier's a really good game. Yeah. And I guess they were trying to go for as much broad appeal as possible when it came to some of those designs. I don't know. I can get where you came from with that though.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Half the time I tune it out. Half the time I'm not even paying attention.
Let's spark things up a little. Come a little closer.
Oh wow, actually? Nice. Okay. Now go to Inazuma. Did we do all the Inazuma stuff? We did that. Oh, we gotta get the one on the ground. Inazuma. Get this one. Ugh. I want to look at Memora so bad, but we won't. I won't until we're done. It's so funny to think about how we've done this for like over an hour, like hour and a half maybe, and they respawn like this every day. It's kind of fun.
You're in for a little shock. You're in for a little shock.
I'm gonna look.
Blitz.
Just kidding.
Try not to enjoy this too much. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
Oh my god.
You're in for a little shock.
Oh, speaking of which, fuck me. Hold on.
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
What in the world is this? I didn't even put anything in it. Okay, thank you. You didn't? I think I might have I think I was going to on Sunday, but then an error might attacked me and it stopped the whole process. Yeah, that's what it was. I think I already put the stuff in it and it like got put away. That's what it was. Yeah, and I forgot to take it out afterwards. ADHD. Oops. You wouldn't strike me in the air, would you? Exactly. Easy. Oh my god. Girl, I thought that was a B. Oh my. I need help.
Let's spark things up a little. You've been a naughty boy.
Don't be scared.
Why am I getting sucked? Oh.
Don't be such a brute. Surrender and be gentle. Come a little closer.
Can I get a balls in chat, please? Okay. This one up here. Thank you! Oh, I guess I'm gonna need fucking these, too.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. Don't be such a brute. Blitz. Let's spark things up a little. Come a little closer.
Can I be honest with you? Can I be honest with you? I know I keep saying this. I know I say this literally every stream. I know I say this every stream. I know. But do you remember how we used to play Smash all the time together? And we used to like, we used to always have like our lobbies and stuff, and it was like a fun thing. And then everyone kind of like stopped playing Smash because we got bored or whatever. It always kind of felt like one of my favorite things was like being able to play with everyone, right? And I felt bad for the longest time because it just felt like I stopped doing that. And so like, I selfishly really enjoy doing this because it's like, it's beneficial, and it's also like, me returning to that a little bit in a way. And I also stopped Among Us too because I was just, oh my fucking god. I'm just happy we get to do a thing together. So thanks for joining me. Like, I'm always in my mind, I'm just like, man, I hope everyone's not just like, I didn't farm for 2 months on my C6 Nubilette to fucking blast Lola Charles. I know nobody thinks that, but still. Wait, did I get the Mora? Okay. Alright, let's see. Ace right now is that one girl from Mean Girls. Ooh, which one?
Come a little closer. Come a little closer.
Hold on, watch this.
Come a little closer.
I fucked it up.
Come a little closer. You've been a naughty boy.
Wait, a video? What is this?
Try not to enjoy this too much.
I just wish we could all get along like we used to in middle school.
You're in for a
I
little
could bake
shock.
a cake made out of rainbows and smiles, and we'd all eat, be happy.
She doesn't even go here.
Do you even go to this school? No, I just have a lot of feelings. Okay, go home.
That is not me. Okay, maybe it's a little me, but still.
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Be gentle. Come a little
I'm gonna be
closer.
honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, perhaps I feel differently.
Blitz.
But like, and I know nobody cares. It just happens sometimes, and I can't control people's mouths or whatever, and I shouldn't try to, right? But sometimes, you know, people just be fucking talking sometimes, and it's like looking at it's like The Office looking at the camera sometimes. I need to go to here. I need to do these. Okay, I'm sick of not doing these. I'll get this done at some point. It's like sometimes it's like The Office looking at the camera sometimes when, you know, I have other people in voice call or whatever. I'm not calling anyone out. I'm just saying, like, sometimes that happens and I just feel so like, it's getting hot in here. It's getting hot in here. It's, I don't know what's going on. It's, I love Lima. I think one time he came on my stream and we were playing Among Us, and it was just like, he was just calling people F words and shit, and I'm just like, holy. I mean, you know, but I'm like, holy, oh my goodness. You know, it's not, I'm not saying like, you can't fucking have fun here. You know, I'm not some, you know, I'm saying you gotta be family friendly, but I'm like, holy. Woo! So when I think about it, I'm just like, right. Yeah. I couldn't imagine. Like, what if Scott? What if we're playing Among Us, and we're, and you know, and Scott is being accused or whatever, and then I joke and I say something about Kazuha, and then he calls me like just slurs. Like, what happens? Like, what happens? What am I supposed to do? Delete the VOD? What am I? What happens then?
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Let's see. We've gone down here. We did all these, except a couple of them actually. Okay. There's a ruin greater down here. Go to the chasm. Here. Yeah, we got that one down here.
To survive.
Tell him, Scott. Scott used to stream, but then he stopped because he got banned because he said slurs, allegedly.
Let's spark things up a little. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
Be sanctified.
Go back. Okay. Oh, racial slurs. No, Scott would never do that. Now, Udon.
You're in for a little shock.
Rest and rebuild.
Surrender and
A
be
fresh
gentle.
maneuver.
You're in for a little shock. You're in for a little shock. You're in for a little shock. Blitz.
Bring around you.
Do you notice how I don't talk about Edelgard in a negative light in this chat? Have you noticed that? Have you noticed the pattern? I have never said one mean thing about Edelgard ever. Especially when Udon's around. Have you ever noticed that? Have you ever noticed that? Do you know why? Have you ever stopped to think about why that might be? Exactly. Exactly. I'm shook. What in the... Where am I going? Oh, is it down here? Oh, there it is, yeah. Okay. Oh, there's one. Nice. I need to find all those blue things. Because you get, like, so many rewards for those for free.
Come a little closer.
I swear to God, I actually might just wish for
You're in
Nouvellette
for
for
a little
Lisa.
shock. Come a little
Because if
closer.
I like Lisa,
Come a
I'm not...
little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. Try not to enjoy this too much. You're in for a little shock. Come a little
I might do
closer.
it just for her. It cannot be that serious. But I like Lisa! You guys are so used to, like, the Kuching team, right? I mean, where has Lisa gone? You're unserious as fuck. I'm not unserious. Did I just inspect? Fuck me, man. Okay. I gotta keep that in mind for later. You have a team for Lisa, do you not? No.
Come a little closer. Come a little closer.
Okay, we already got those two. There's one down here. Let's see. And then Inca will be the last place we go to after this. Okay, I guess I'll try Hyper Boom Lisa. First. I probably should try that first before I build Kuki, right? At least have something. And I can use like a magic guide or something, right? Oh my god.
Don't be scared.
Thank you. Oh my god, is that what Yaga healing is like? Holy. Hyper Boba. Thank you, right there.
Surrender and be gentle. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. Blitz.
Okay. We don't want to go to that one, so let's go to Ink and Amiya. We did we get that one? We did not get that one. Okay. Inca, and then we do this place last. Yeah, this is the last section we go. Okay. God, the chasm must have been such a big update. Y'all must have been happy. Ooh, you guys must have loved the chasm. Ugh, that must have been so exciting. You must have been so satisfied with Genshin. You must have been like, oh shit. I wonder what update it was.
Come a little closer.
Rest and rebuild. Ublade, you're up.
Settle down.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. Let's spark things up a little. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
Would you guys rather do Monopoly Sunday or Monday, by the way?
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Let's work it out there.
You're in for a little shock.
Ooh, an instructor. Nice. What the hell is this? Monday? Okay, cool. No, I got a sponsorship with Monopoly Go. It's like this mobile Monopoly game that I'm sure none of you have played. And as such, you know, all I have to do is just like, hey, can you guys just download this and play it, please? You literally just press a button and it rolls dice. It's very simple and acceptable. Because my thing sometimes is like, Call of Dragons, it kind of wanted people to do a lot of stuff that I felt like nobody really wanted to do. And so it was kind of like a chore. This Monopoly game, it's like, download the game on your phone and just sit there and press the roll button. So I'm like, yeah, that's probably within line of, oh my god. It's probably not too hard to like, yeah. Inca was the patch before the chasm. Wait, what? Really?
You're in for a little shock.
No, exactly that, yeah.
Junibees,
yeah, exactly that.
Try not to enjoy this too much. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
Oh my god.
Oh. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You've been a naughty boy.
Android Incan with the no, this place is great. I think this place. Oh, yeah. We need to watch that video, don't we? Okay, let's watch that. Let's watch that Inca video. Hold on. Hold on. Where's it at? Can Abby, can you link it, please? Again. Going over all of Inca lore. Because, like, yeah. I don't know. I'm just gonna say this right now. Genshin is this big-ass game. I think that I'm gonna not pick up on everything as much as I would like to, you know?
Come a little closer.
Are you guys the same way, or is everything self-explanatory enough for you? Because sometimes I feel like the game is a little abstract for me. Just a smidge.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Like just a smidge abstract sometimes. When I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? Or they talk about things that were mentioned like 2 years ago, and I'm like, what?
He come a little closer. He's such a brute. I knew I should have.
Oh my god, it dies.
Stayed home.
Oh, we love lore here. Oh, I'm not playing Genshin. Just what? Okay, yeah, the gameplay, yeah, the visuals, but like, no, the lore is actually really, really interesting. I don't know if I felt that way at first. Maybe I just felt like super overwhelmed, but as I began to understand it more, it's actually really interesting. Like,
come a little closer. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Some people just hate the story and just want the fighting. I get that.
You're in for a little shock.
And also,
closer.
You can't skip cutscenes. You might as well just fucking enjoy it. You can't skip anything. Like if you're gonna sit there anyway, you might as well read or listen. Like, sorry.
Come a little closer.
I love the lore, but my ADHD makes me shit. No, I get that sometimes. Sometimes when it's just like...
You're in for a little shock.
You know what I don't like? Sorry. Okay. Here's one thing you're gonna usually always see me check out. Always, when this happens. When they're trying to figure out where to go. I hardly ever fucking care about where we need to go. Or like, oh, I wonder where's the solution? Or like, we need to go to this location. Just go to the fucking place.
Those are my favorite.
Just go. Just go to the place so we can continue. I don't care about the, we gotta think about it. Yeah. I find that most of the time when we talk about like, we need to go to this place, it's just fucking, it's just a way to pass the time. Like, holy. Ooh. Everything else I'm like okay with, but not like
to the will of every creature.
Why not keep me comfortable?
35 minutes.
Ocean swims in its
There'll be
own
plenty of
direction.
time for work later.
all right, hold on. Let me get this on my other screen so I can at least follow where I'm going. Give me a moment. Okay. Incolore.
Enkanomiya should be called the land of the info dump, because boy did it give us a lot of stuff to sift through. Honestly, I didn't think we'd be diving into the underworld so soon, given that up until this point, Conria was kinda the only underground nation we knew about, and that's definitely quite a ways off. I half expected Dainsleif to show up unannounced while I was down here wandering around. But since our resident bowkeeper isn't around to Dainsplain things to us this time, I thought I'd take a crack at it. So, join me as I recap everything that went down in Enkanomiya, followed by some, speculation. Now, this isn't a full-fledged theory video. Half of this video is lore, and half of it is me just babbling away at speculation. I will try to mark clearly when this shift happens, so be on the lookout for it, okay? As always, take my theorizing in the second half of this video with a grain of salt, as it is not canonical information until MiHoYo says so. Also, while I will be referencing the book Before Sun and Moon, I will not be talking about Phaenus and the Thrones at length, so if that's what you're here for, sorry. That's in the next video. I do recommend that you read the book before watching this video, though, because we'll be going over it.
Read the book?
Okay. We good?
But I'm in school.
All right, let's do this thing. Watatsumi wasn't always an island, believe it or not. In fact, it didn't even exist until the end of the Archon War. Not as habitable space, anyway. It's said that Orobashi, the god of Watatsumi, used his blood coral branches to form the entire island. But before we get to that, this area was actually occupied by the islands that make up Enkanomiya. In the times before the Archon War, Enkanomiya was indeed a surface nation and was part of one unified culture that dominated the entirety of Tevat. A lot of the architecture we see in Enkanomiya probably stems from that time period and not in the years that they spent underground.
Okay.
I'm making this assumption because of some matching architectural elements within the ruins scattered throughout Inazuma, Dragonspine, and some of the Liyue ones, as well as the existence of Sealy quartz down in Enkanomiya, which we will talk about in another video. Now, due to an unknown, or rather unspecified, catastrophe that was most likely part of the Archon War, the earth beneath Enkanomiya cracked open and the island nation fell into the underground caverns beneath the sea. This marked the beginning of the Age of Darkness, or the Age of Blindness. Got two names. The people of Enkanomiya were lost in this darkness and unable to return to the surface, supposedly due to a seal put in place by the gods.
Why?
Would have been okay, except these caverns were already home to the ancient beasts known as Viships. The people of Enkanomiya called them the Dragon Heirs. Now, the Viships had been underground for countless years prior to the arrival of the Enkanomians, and had adapted to a life of darkness, to the point where they shunned the light. They preyed on the people whose only defense against them were small torches and flames, and while they prayed to their god, the Primordial One, their god didn't respond. At least one generation passes in the darkness, and for reference, a generation is roughly 30 years. So these people were in the dark for at least 30 years and possibly more than that before they had any signs of hope. That hope came in the form of a sage who had supposedly seen the sun, which is a way of establishing that this sage was around from the time before Enkanomiya fell. The sage isn't mentioned by name, but it's fairly safe to assume that this sage is Abrax, or Aberaku, the creator of the Dainichi Mikoshi, also known as the Helios. And since we're dealing with Greek mythology, I'm gonna stick with Greek terms. They're also shorter. They feel like nicknames. The construction of the Helios was the start of a new era, the era of sun and moon, also known as the era of sight, since people could now see since it wasn't dark everywhere. The Helios lit up the underground and drove back the bishops, and the people hailed Abrax as a hero for a couple of years, and he basically just led the people of Enkanomiya as kind of like an unofficial king. At least that's how I've come to understand it.
Okay.
Now, the completion of the Helios brought with it a return to normal life, and with that came human greed. A certain group of nobles, decided to seize power. How someone would have nobles when you live in a dark space and dragons eat everyone around, I don't know, but whatever. These nobles crafted a myth that Abrax had constructed the Helios on behalf of the Tokoyo Omikami, also known as Kairos, the god of time, but we'll get to that a little later and also in another video. This myth spread and effectively deified the Helios while diminishing Abrax's achievements as an engineer. The nobles took this myth even a step further and claimed that only a child chosen by this new god, the Helios, was fit to rule. They then chose a child at random, I guess, and called them the Sun Child, and installed them as the true ruler of Enkanomiya. And thus, the era of the Sun Children began. Now, when I say child, I mean literal child. This child might have even been an infant at the time. Or, like, old enough to speak, but not that old still. Regardless, the nobles used this child to their advantage and tricked the Sun Child into effectively executing Abrax through imprisonment.
Oh.
And of course, that wasn't enough. When the child grew old enough to recognize that they were also being manipulated by these nobles, they were then thrown into the Helios in a ceremony known as the Rite of Solar Return.
Okay.
More gruesome when you realize that a solar return is the same thing as your birthday. Incineration is not a good birthday gift for a child. I'm just saying. I just also want to point out that due to the vagueness of the texts that we have, Abrax could have been anywhere from 50 to 90 years old at the time of his passing, assuming he's a normal human. This may or may not be relevant later. So anyway, with 7 Sun Children in total, estimating a reign of about 10 years each, I'm gonna guess, because 10 seems like a reasonable age for them to be pretty self-aware, but also not aware enough that they realize they're being heavily manipulated. The rule of the Sun Children was probably no more than approximately 80 years or so. Now, Enkanomiya has therefore been underground for, by my estimation, roughly 200 years.
200 years?
Being a little generous. Just keep this in the back of your head for now. Anyway, during the Sun Children's rule, a man named Spartacus also led a rebellion at some point, and he was also unsuccessful in overturning them, and I guess he was part of several different rebellions, but he's like the most notable one, and the Sun Children didn't rule that well. And I mean, they were kids. They were being manipulated by these noble jerks that were really super greedy. They wanted power, so, it's really not the Sun Children's fault. They were just kids. You get the idea. But while all of this was going on underground, on the surface of Tevat, the Archon War was still raging. Orobashi either losing in some battles or deciding not to partake in them at all, retreated to the edges of Tevat, also known as the Dark Sea, and somehow ended up in the Serpent's Bowels, which is this area here in Enkanomiya. He made himself comfortable and just kind of stayed there for who knows how long. The concept of time in this place is weird. We'll talk about it later, but it's weird, okay? It's really weird. During the reign of the seventh and final sun child, there was another unnamed child that was not a sun child who made a bet with all his friends and set off to find something called the dragon bone flower, which is basically a flower that grows, you guessed it, on dragon bones. You can actually get this
Okay.
in game. There's a whole quest line about it. It's like a secret thing, but the hunt for this flower took him to the serpent's bowels, where he found, you guessed it, Orobashi. This kid asks Orobashi for some reason if he can become Enkanomiya's god, and Orobashi agrees, even though he was losing the war above and didn't want to fight, but now he's going to be a god. Okay, you know what? I don't even want to know. But with his help, the reign of the Sun Children was brought to an end. He basically just overthrew the government and said, "Hey, I'm god now, guys. Listen to me." That's Orobashi for you. He's a cool dude. I like him. We don't actually have a lot of concrete information about Orobashi's rules specifically, but we do know he was pretty well received and wanted to bring his people back to the surface, which again is kind of weird because Archon War, he was losing. Anyway, he at some point created a new island on the surface called Watatsumi Island out of the blood coral branches that grew on his body, and he began to teach the people of Enkanomiya the customs and language of the Narukami Islands.
Oh, that's cool.
Gonna be around there, but this is also kind of weird because the seal that had kept the people of Enkanomiya underground was apparently weakening, and that's how he was able to get back up, and the people never tried it themselves. You know what? Never mind. There's a lot of these moments. I'm just saying. But while he was teaching all of his people about Narukami's culture, he also had to educate himself on Enkanomiya's culture and history, and that's when he stumbled upon a forbidden book. The book known as Before Sun and Moon, and it is the bane of my existence as a theorist. I hate this book. The contents of this book put Orobashi on Celestia's hit list, since it was top secret information, and Celestia charged both Orobashi and his people with several transgressions, enough to warrant all of them the death penalty.
Oh my.
Orobashi, however, being a wonderful god, made a deal with Celestia. He would sacrifice himself, and Celestia's secrets would be locked away in the underground. Celestia agreed to this deal and allowed Orobashi some time to prepare, I'm guessing because otherwise this timeline is even more screwy than it already is. This act would in fact spare the people of Enkanomiya's life, but obviously Orobashi would die, so he had to ensure the future of his people when he wouldn't be around. So it should be around this time that he ordered some studies into the Bishop species, which seems weird if no context is provided. But his ultimate goal here was to be able to successfully graft his blood coral branches onto the Vishaps so that the people of Watatsumi would be able to have a source for the blood coral long after he died. If you're wondering why on Earth they would need that, it's because Watatsumi Island was basically made from Orobashi's blood coral, so if he died, there would be no way to replenish the fertility of it, so to speak. And eventually, nothing would grow, which means they would die of starvation and famine. And anyway, this phenomenon is later known as bleaching, and there's a whole quest about it, and you kind of have to do it to unlock Enkanomiya, if you even remember that that's why we were doing this in the first place, right? You have to go down and retrieve the jade coral branch, which is the same thing as a blood coral branch, except it's from the Vishaps. Anyway, eventually the Bishop experiments were successful, so every some odd years, again, someone from Watatsumi is tasked with going down to Enkanomiya and retrieving some blood coral from the Vishaps to restore life to their island. Okay, so, blood coral issues settled, Orobashi began the process of finally moving everyone to the surface, but on Enkanomiya's last day, they received some, shall we say, unexpected visitors. Delegates from the underground nation of Conria.
Conria?
This is why there are those robo-enemies everywhere, you know, just in case you were wondering. The Conrians were looking for the very book that Orobashi promised Celestia he would hide away. And Conria was also unsuccessful in obtaining it, so Orobashi did a good job. Although it wasn't really him, it was, you know, random dude that fought a ruined garden, lost the book, and it accidentally got hidden, but anyway. So Conria was unsuccessful in getting the book they wanted, and they are still unsuccessful about 2,000 years later, at least if our buddy Enjo here is anything to go by. And I think he's probably somewhat reliable, kind of. I mean, I know he's an Abyss Herald, but, you know, Conrians aside, Orobashi managed to complete the migration of his people from the underground to the surface, and then he led a small army to...
By the way, thank you all for playing with me, by the way. I think that's all the elites. Or at least all the elites that are on both of the routes. We started this with 97,000. Or 970,000. Mora. So, let's see where we're at. I'm kind of curious. Drum roll, please. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Alright. Cool.
to attack Yashiori
Alright.
Island under the guise of wanting more fertile land for his people. It was there that he was struck down by Raiden A and therefore successfully upheld his end of the bargain with Celestia.
Oh, oops.
And this concludes the
What?
Abyss Herald, but, you know, Conrians aside, Orobashi managed to complete the migration of his people from the underground to the surface, and then he led a small army to attack Yashiori Island under the guise of wanting more fertile land for his people. It was there that he was struck down by Raiden A and therefore successfully upheld his end of the bargain with Celestia. And this concludes the actual story of Enkanomiya. You probably noticed that I have left out a lot of details. And some of those things are actually really inconsequential, some of them are just fun, and some of them require their, you know, own deep dives later on, and I will get into them. But what I presented here is basically all you kind of need to know from the whole area.
You can skip this to move this part too.
There
Okay.
are some things I'd like to talk about.
I need to hear this again.
We don't actually have a lot of concrete information about Orobashi's rules specifically, but we do know he was pretty well received and wanted to bring his people back to the surface, which again is kind of weird because Archon War, he was losing. Anyway, he at some point created a new island on the surface called Watatsumi Island out of the blood coral branches that grew on his body, and he began to teach the people of Enkanomiya the customs and language of the Narukami Island, since he was gonna be around there. But this is also kind of weird because the seal that had kept the people of Enkanomiya underground was apparently weakening, and that's how he was able to get back up, and the people never tried it themselves. You know what? Never mind. There's a lot of these moments. I'm just saying. But while he was teaching all of his people about Narukami's culture, he also had to educate himself on Enkanomiya's culture and history, and that's when he stumbled upon a forbidden book. The book known as Before Sun and Moon, and it is the bane of my existence as a theorist. I hate this book. The contents of this book put Orobashi on Celestia's hit list, since it was top secret information, and Celestia charged both Orobashi and his people with several transgressions, enough to warrant all of them the death penalty.
What?
Orobashi, however...
What? What happened? What did they do? What? They didn't do anything. What could they have possibly done? Okay.
Being a wonderful god, made a deal with Celestia. He would sacrifice himself, and Celestia's secrets would be locked away in the underground. Celestia agreed to this deal and allowed Orobashi some time to prepare, I'm guessing because otherwise this timeline is even more screwy than it already is. This act would, in fact, spare the people of Enkanomiya's life, but obviously Orobashi would die. So he had to ensure the future of his people when he wouldn't be around. So it should be around this time that he ordered some studies into the Bishop species, which seems weird if no context is provided. But his ultimate goal here was to be able to successfully graft his blood coral branches onto the Vishaps so that the people of Watatsumi would be able to have a source for the blood coral long after he died. If you're wondering why on Earth they would need that, it's because Watatsumi Island was basically made from Orobashi's blood coral, so if he died, there would be no way to replenish the fertility of it, so to speak. And eventually, nothing would grow, which means they would die of starvation and famine. And anyway, this phenomenon is later known as bleaching, and there's a whole quest about it, and you kind of
So this is just him prepping for the end.
Enkanomiya, if you even remember that's why we were doing this in the first place, right? You had to go down and retrieve the jade coral branch, which is the same thing as a blood coral branch, except it's from the bishops. Anyway. Eventually, the Bishop experiments were successful, so every some odd years, again, someone from Watatsumi is tasked with going down to Enkanomiya and retrieving some blood coral from the Bishops to restore life to their island. Okay, so, blood coral issues settled, Orobashi began the process of finally moving everyone to the surface, but on Enkanomiya's last day, they received some, shall we say, unexpected visitors.
Okay.
Delegates from the underground nation of Conria.
Really?
This is why there are those robo-enemies everywhere, you know, just in case you were wondering. The Conrians were looking for the very book that Orobashi promised Celestia he would hide.
Oh no, on the last day, the Conrians came with their technology and they were trying to locate this book. So they were violent. The Conrians were violent and looking for this book.
Hide away. And Conria was also unsuccessful in obtaining it, so Orobashi did a good job. Although it wasn't really him, it was, you know, random dude that fought a ruined garden, lost the book, and it accidentally got hidden, but anyway. So Conria was unsuccessful in getting the book they wanted, and they are still unsuccessful about 2,000 years later, at least if our buddy Enjo here is anything to go by. And I think he's probably somewhat reliable, kind of. I mean, I know he's an Abyss Herald, but, you know, Conrians aside, Orobashi managed to complete the migration of his people from the underground to the surface, and then he led a small army to attack Yashiori Island under the guise of wanting more fertile land for his people. It was there that he was struck down by Raiden A, and therefore successful.
Okay, so Raiden struck down Orobashi because that was like the deal. So why did he fight back? Was it that did A fight him because she knew that she had like did Celestia like tell her to do that? Were they like, we got a deal and she was unaware? Raiden fought him because he pretended to wage a war. Oh, because what if he didn't? Because if he didn't uphold his end of the bargain, his people would have all died. Everyone would have been destroyed. So he kind of like faked a war so that. Couldn't he have just told her? No. Okay. Are gods bound by Celestia? And the heavenly principles? So, gods don't really have autonomy. They still have to fall in line with the heavenly principles and Celestia, right? So is Celestia like the city council or like the board of trustees or something that dictates what everyone does or something? So then who's Celestia? It's like it's like a some authority that tells people what to do. It tells everybody what to do. We all know that. Can it be assumed that Celestia is the real antagonist of Genshin Impact? Interesting.
Fully upheld his end of the bargain with Celestia.
Can you link part 2, please?
And this concludes.
Celestia. Is Celestia a concept or is it an actual like? Is it what is it? What is its form? Like, are there Celestians, or is it just like a concept more than anything? It's a place. It's a place, and from that place, these decisions are made. Correct? The login screen of Celestia? Oh, interesting. But they've been silent for a while, right? They haven't really been saying anything? Excuse me. They're napping. So does that mean all of our Archon buddies are beholden to Celestia as well? As gods? So then what if Celestia is like, alright, Archons, get Lumine now! What? Do they gotta get me? Huh? No. Theoretically, yes. Like, what if I find out the truth and I get too close to the truth, and then they sick him on me? Aka ties with them, so she wouldn't. But isn't that bad? Like, it was them who ordered the hit on Conrio. Oh, they ordered the hit on Conria, and maybe the Archons were like, kind of like not really about that, but they were just kind of acting in line with what they were told to do. I mean, they had a lot of suffering because of that, right? Forbidden knowledge and all the people that died, and then, you know, A losing her sister, and what else happened? What happened to Venti? I don't know exactly what happened to Mondstadt. I'm sure something happened there. Let's see. Zhongli. I don't know what happened with him either, but I guess it was the Akasha. A lot of stuff happened with that. It seems like this Conria situation, if Celestia ordered the attack, nobody wins. I mean, well, nobody wins in war in general, but I mean, I don't know. And also, like, what's his name? Kari Bear. Is that really, like, Kari Bear seemed to, like, if I was trying to think about the overall point of Kari Bear, it kind of just made me, like, dislike whoever was in charge here, because, like, why would you do this to innocent children, right? They didn't do anything. Like, they're not accomplices in what's going on here, and yet you had innocent people suffer, so whoever is the one, is the cause of all this, is the one to be, like, that's the enemy, right? Like, that's the one we gotta look out for, yeah? So then what the fuck? So what's Ether's issue then? Why are they getting mad at me? We should be mad at Celestia, not the people who work on behalf of Celestia. What?
Includes the actual story of Enkanomiya. You probably noticed that I have left out a lot of details. In some
maybe something with the Gnosis, the Gnosises or whatever, or like, I don't know. Maybe there's a way that we can transcend up there and reach the skies and like get up there and like, how dare you do this to Conria? Or something. Abyss Sibling is very obviously making us see what they saw so that they know the truth of this world. What's the truth? That the gods run everything and you have no free will and you're kind of just slaves to the system? So what? It's just anarchy, right?
You know, the only thing more confusing to me than the history and timeline of Teyvat is its prehistory. Or rather, pre-human history. Because there was a time when humans weren't around, you know. Before Enkanomiya, we really only had a couple of vague references to Teyvat's prehistory in various fictional books. We'd never had a proper legend or historical record to reference before, so getting the...
It seems to me... What it seems like to me, my interpretation, personally, and I could be wrong, but my interpretation is that Conria maybe found a way to step away from the control and reign that Celestia had, and that made that gave them fear, that instilled fear in Celestia, and so they were like, bye Conria. They got a little bit too close to upsetting the balance of power, so they made them suffer.
Book before Sun and Moon really changed things. This book contains highlights and passages from prehistoric times, as well as Enkanomiya's more modern-ish times. And honestly, it really does change the game for us. Literally. Now, I've already talked about all of the normal historical elements and how it relates to Enkanomiya in another video, which I will leave a link to in the description. So in this video, we'll have a quick recap about the contents of the notorious book that got Orobashi killed, learn a little bit more about the real-world inspirations for the characters within it, and do a little bit of theorizing at the end. So sit down, grab a snack, and get ready, because this is Teyvat's prehistory, an in-depth look at the times before the sun and moons. Now, before we begin, let me remind you again, the lore we have is rather sparse, so a good chunk of this video will be pure speculation. Please don't take everything here as 100% factual information as per canon timelines and such, because while I do my best to make sure I am providing as accurate information as possible, I am not infallible, and I am going to be filling in a lot of these blank areas with assumptions and opinions. So always make sure to check the pinned comment below, because that's where I will be posting corrections to these speculations and assumptions and any additional updates to the video's content. For further reading and cited sources, those will be in the description box. Now, if you have not read the book Before Sun and Moon, I highly suggest that you take the time right now to do so. It's not very long, it's just the one book, and you kind of only...
The Serpent and Drakes of Tokoyokoku Mysteries creation conceals, the sun and moon omens reveal. Three corners in darkness shrouded. Volume 1. A novel based on Watatsumi Island's folktales. The original edition of this text was transcribed on Watatsumi Island and brought back to Narukami Island by a merchant while the former serpent god yet lived. No one reads this ancient tome nowadays, its role supplanted by all the light novels on the market. This book describes the unique cosmological outlook of the Watatsumi people before they came to adopt aspects of Narukami culture, and a recent resurgence in traditional novel publishing has allowed it to see the light of day once more. The Serpent and Drakes of Tokoyokoku. Mysteries creation conceals, the sun and moon omens reveal. Three corners in darkness shrouded, the void by five saints clouded. The universe has no beginning and no end, and so it was with the land that once was. But this matters not to us, for the land that bears us no longer has anything to do with that eternity without start or ceasing. So said the lone sage, Abaraku, to the first Sunchild. The Sunchild had long intended to punish Abaraku. Summoning the sage before the throne in this manner was but an additional way of making things difficult for him before detaining him. Legend has it that Abaraku was opened up to wisdom by Tokoyo Ukami, and was thus able to bring light to Enkanomiya, which had till then never seen the sun. But the Sunchild grew jealous of his talents, thus imprisoning him for life. Yet these children of the sun never considered that had Abaraku not created that underground star, they never would have existed in the first place. The origin of heaven and earth is like the chicken and egg, and are not dragons and snakes kin? No sooner had the sage Abaraku uttered these words than he was overthrown by troops lying in ambush. At that time, Enkanomiya had only just been bought some room to breathe by the appearance of the sun. The Dragonaires loved the dark and shunned the light, and thus could no longer act with impunity. The days when the Dragonaires would rampage and graze upon humanity like so much grass had, at last, come to an end, for the people of Enkanomiya finally had the means to resist.
Okay.
Yet it came to pass that the flaws in human nature would rear their ugly heads even before such outside threats could be quelled.
Okay.
The people chose a Sunchild, crowned him king, and worshipped him, and yet he ruled with a brutal hand, framing the righteous. Unnumbered years would pass before a young child of Enkanomiya would make a wager with his peers. Alone, he would dive beyond the three corners, evading the trail of the Dragonaires, in search of a dragonbone flower. But what he found instead within a great cavern was a mighty serpent, one he had never seen before.
Oh my.
Somehow, as he gazed upon the serpent's titanic form, the child felt no fear, but instead a kind of kinship. I am the profane serpent. Though my servants are numberless, not one mortal now dwells in my shadow. That I have fallen into this realm, and that we should meet. Perhaps this is fate. You are not one of my people, but you are human nonetheless. Speak your desire, and I shall hear it. Could you then, perchance, become our god? Thus did they, human and serpent, go forth to face the royal authority of the Sunchild and the incursions of the Dragonaires beyond. Thus was the curtain raised on the turning of the tide.
Okay.
Volume 2. A chronicle that ordinary folk have been forbidden to read. The writing is a mix of fables and histories from the beginning of the world to the creation of the Danichi Mikoshi. Before sun and moon. What we wish to record is the tale of how heavens will took shape on the earth below. O heavenly gods, these creations are your works. Grant us divine wisdom, let us endlessly record. When the doves held branches, when the eternal throne of the heavens came, the world was made anew. Then the true Lord, the primordial one, came forth and did battle against the seven terrifying sovereigns, dragon lords of the old world. The primordial one created shining shades of itself, and the number of these shades was 4. It had
Okay, what does this mean?
When the doves...
Primordial one. Who? The seven terrifying sovereigns. Okay.
Then the true Lord, the primordial one, came forth and did battle against the seven terrifying sovereigns, dragon lords of the old world. The primordial one created shining shades of itself, and the number of these shades was 4. On Phanes, or the primordial one may have been Phanes. It had wings and a crown, and was birthed from an egg, androgynous in nature. But for the world to be created, the egg's shell had to be broken. However, Phanes, the primordial one, used the eggshell to separate the universe and the microcosm of the world. 40 years after the held branches, 40 winters entombed the flames, and 40 summers churned the seas. The 7 sovereigns were vanquished, and the 7 nations submitted to the heavens. The primordial one, the great sovereign, began the creation of heaven and earth for our sake. that of its creations which it cherished most, who would soon appear upon this earth. 400 years after the held branches, the mountains and rivers were made, and the seas and oceans accepted those who rebelled and those who would not kneel. The primordial one and one of its shades created the birds of the air, the beasts of the earth, and the fish of the sea.
Okay.
Together, they also created flowers, grass, and trees, before finally creating humans.
So this is like Genshin's Genesis, right? Somewhat. Okay.
Together, they also created flowers, grass, and trees, before finally creating humans, our ancestors, numerous as the stars in the sky, uncountable as the sand on the shore. From that time, our ancestors made a covenant with the primordial one, and so entered into a new age. The year of the Ark's opening, the primordial one had a sacred plan for humans. As long as they were happy, it too rejoiced. The year after the Ark's opening, the people worked the land, and so came the first harvest. The people mined, and so reaped the first crop of precious ore. The people gathered, and the first poems were written. The year of Jubilee, if there was hunger, the heavens would bring down food and rain. If there was poverty, the earth would bring forth its riches. If melancholy were to spread, the heavens would reply with their voices. The one taboo was to succumb to temptation. But the path to temptation had already been sealed.
Okay.
The funerary year, the second throne of the heavens came, and war was rekindled, as it was in the world's creation. That day, the heavens collapsed and the earth was rent asunder. Our ancestors and their ancestral land fell into this place during that conflict. The era of darkness had begun. The first year of darkness, the people of the seven sovereigns had found refuge in the oceans, and the dragonaires of the depths ruled this particular place, which led to war between them and our ancestors. Our ancestors chased them into the shadows with the light of 1,000 lanterns, and they hid in those shadows, hunting us. But there was only darkness in this place, and so their hunting grounds were untrammeled. The prayers of the people turned into lamentations, but the primordial one and its 3 other shining shades could not hear. The parable of the sun, in a dark cavern, there lived a group of people who had never seen the light. Among them was a sage who had once seen the sun, and he told the gathered folk about what life under the sun was like, and about the great might of the sun. Seeing that they did not comprehend, he lit a torch, and thus did people come to worship the flame, believing it to be the sun. They even got used to a life of darkness and fire. When the sage died, someone would monopolize the flame. Using it, they would cast a long shadow over the land. The parable of the lethied lotus, a lotus that causes all who look upon it to forget their troubles. A ship captain searching for the way back to the surface discovered a tribe of people who ate these lotuses. Some crew members stayed in that place. Others rejected that temptation. Life is a boundless ocean of suffering. We are only searching for the way home. The third year of darkness, we knew the only one who had not forsaken us as the ruler of time. She was the moment. She was every moment. She was the measure of 1,000. The third year of darkness, we knew the only one who had not forsaken us as the ruler of time. She was the moment. She was every moment. She was the measure of 1,000 winds and the sun and the moon. She was every second of joy, every moment of rage, every instant of longing, every minute of obsession. She was every flash of delirium.
Look at Mondstadt's map near the east. The foot? The temple, what is it named? Thousand Winds Temple.
The third year of darkness, we knew the only one who had not forsaken us as the ruler of time. She was the moment. She was every moment. She was the measure of 1,000 winds and the sun and the moon. She was every second of joy, every moment of rage, every instant of longing, every minute of obsession. She was every flash of delirium. We call her Kairos, or the ruler of the unchanging world. We dare not speak her true, secret name, and so I pen it here, only once, and in reverse, Taratsi. The year of blindness, the sage Abrix
Is Torah is Arach. Is Taro is Zaroth? Why does that sound familiar? Why does that sound so familiar? Izaroth. Was it recent? Wait, in what context did I hear this? She was the one who helped Makoto plant the... Oh! Okay.
Your time is meaningless and cannot be understood with ordinary logic. Ah, so that was the turbulence I was sensing. Perhaps that is the reason why you were able to return precisely to this point in time without any problem. And yet, that sense of disorderliness has now completely disappeared.
I don't fully understand yet. But my intuition tells me that the reason for everything, it's that seed.
Well, I'm not convinced that it was Makoto's power alone.
I know what you mean. Perhaps Makoto got a higher power involved in all of this. But whatever the explanation, her solution is what saved us all. Without the sacred Sakura, Inazuma would likely have been completely swallowed up centuries ago by that disaster and the filth.
Venti's lies, secrets, and mysteries.
Tone Deaf Bard is just one of Barbados' many incarnations.
Okay. Alright, so.
The Year of Blindness.
Oop.
We call her Kairos, or the ruler of the unchanging world. We dare not speak her true, secret name, and so I pen it here, only once, and in reverse, Taratsi. The Year of Blindness, the sage Abrix's wisdom was awakened, and he unveiled a light-bringing miracle from within his hands. So our ancestors began to build the Helios, with him as their leader. The Year of Sight, or the first year of sun and moon, Helios, the divine chariot of the...
Couldn't the higher power have just been Celestio? Or interpreted as Celestio?
The Year of Sight, or the first year of sun and moon, Helios, the divine chariot of the sun, was finally completed. The white night came, and Evernight was banished. The years of the sun and moon had begun. The second year of sun and moon, our ancestors sought the returning way, for surely the war on the surface had ended by then. But the Primordial One, the first throne, had laid down a ban, preventing our ancestors from finding the path home. In that case, the Primordial One must have defeated the second who came. Abrix was imprisoned by order of the Sunchild. The parable of the tree, the king's gardener and the tree spirit of the royal garden were in love. But the king wished to repair the beams of his pavilion, and so needed to cut down the tree with the most spiritual energy within it. The king was the incarnation of the Primordial One, and the gardener could not defy the sovereign of sovereigns, and so he could only bring his plea to the king's priest, who was the incarnation of Tokoyo Ukami. The priest had pity on the gardener and said to him, "Go, and cut the branches of the spirit tree down." The gardener did so, and afterward did as the king ordered, cutting the spirit tree itself down. Then the priest said, "Plant the spirit tree's branches in the ground." But the gardener said, "A spirit tree shall take 500 years to grow." The priest said, "Your one thought shall echo through eternity." And so the gardener planted the branches in his backyard. In an instant, the slim branches grow into a new tree, and the new tree spirit was a continuation of the past one. For it is the God of moments who is able to take seeds from this moment into the past and the future. The 10th year of sun and moon Abrix is long gone. The events before the sun and the moon have been recorded sufficiently. Well, if I did not dare to write things down just as they happened, how could I consider myself a scribe of Tokoyo Ukami? Hark, I hear armor without. Here, I shall stop writing. Volume 3. This text records the geography and hydrology of Baikaikoku. With the sealing of the depths and the emigration of the people of Watatsumi, as well as the passing of long years, this book is now useless. Hydrological studies in Baikaikoku. The lands beneath the aphotic depths are vastly different from those on the surface, to the extent that all surface-derived common sense must be abandoned down below. All we...
Oh, okay. Huh.
You really need to read half of it. It should take you like all of 5 minutes. There is a link to this in the description, but for those of you who do not want to read the book for whatever reason, just prepare yourself to lack a little bit of preliminary context and be a little bit confused. Okay? Alright then, that's enough of that. On to the stuff that is actually interesting! The book Before Sun and Moon starts with the passage labeled When Doves Held Branches, which is a really curious choice for a title outlining the Genesis story for your planet. Why? Well, if you're at all familiar with the tale of Noah's Ark, then you may remember that after the world was destroyed by a flood, Noah
95,
released doves from his ship to see if the flood
96,
waters had started to recede. If a dove returned with a branch in its beak, which it did, it returned with an olive branch, then Noah would know that there was habitable land nearby, and that they could finally get off this boat and go back to land, like normal people and all of the animals that happen to be on this gigantic boat. Naming your Genesis story after a dove that located habitable land on an already pre-existing world that had been destroyed by a cataclysm is just weird. And that's why I think this passage implies the land wasn't necessarily being created, but located. It establishes that the world already existed before the arrival of the primordial one, who was supposed to be like the creator of everything. Which means that this also isn't technically a Genesis story, even though it's being portrayed that way. We're going to ignore that little detail for now. Moving on. The next line reads, When the eternal throne of heavens came, the world was made anew. Then the true Lord, the primordial one, came forth and did battle against the 7 terrifying sovereigns, dragon lords of the old world. We know from the context of later lines in this book that the eternal throne is likely referencing the primordial one, but note the order of events here because it's really particular about them, even in the Chinese version. First the throne arrived, and then the world was remade, and then the primordial one fought the Dragon Kings.
Okay.
A very particular order of events. This strengthens the idea that the world had already existed and been destroyed, and probably was not habitable when the Eternal Throne, or the Primordial One, arrived. And then it had to be remade anew, or like cleansed, purged, or altered in some way. Like you gotta clean up the mess you made, right? Like if you flooded the earth, then you gotta take all the water and put it somewhere so that people... The point is that the planet already existed, and the primordial one was just making adjustments to what was already there. It didn't technically create anything. Not yet, anyway.
Really?
Now, sometime between
So
the remaking of the world and the battle between the primordial one and the dragons that follow, the Bishop race would have not only come into being, but would have had to dominate the existing world. Either that, or they just survived the remaking, working of the world. Could also be a thing. I mean, technically speaking, if the world was wiped out once and then became habitable again after a long period of time, it's possible that evolution just kind of rebooted, and that bishops are nothing more than fancy magic dinosaurs. I will revisit this concept in another video. I just think it's funny that, you know, we go around and kind of beating up dinosaurs. I like it. So, in order to do battle against the magic dino bishops, the primordial one creates 4 shades of itself at this point, and also uses an eggshell to separate the universe from the world. I am only interested in the timeline of events in this section, so we'll leave this here for now, but remember this point because we're going to talk about the primordial one and its shades in the next section. The next passage is called 40 Years again after a long period of time. It's possible that evolution just kind of rebooted, and that bishops are nothing more than fancy magic dinosaurs in a eggshell to separate the universe from the world. I am only interested in the timeline of events in this section, so we'll leave this here for now. But remember this point, because we're going to talk about the primordial one and its shades in the next section. The next passage is called 40 Years After.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this the... okay? Can you hear Paimon?
Cryo is always far more effective in the rain. This is going to get interesting.
After the held branches. I'm going to preface this whole section by saying that 40 years might not literally be 40 rotations of the Earth around the Sun, because we have no way of knowing how long a time span this is actually referring to, so it's less 40 years and more like 40 time unit things. Either way, this passage's title is yet another reference to Noah's Ark. While Noah didn't spend 40 years at sea, it did rain for 40 days and 40 nights in order for the flood to do its thing like flooding. So 40 days after
So
the
this
rain
is
began,
post-world
Noah
reset? Post-world reset, he Noah's Arks? Interesting.
sending out doves to find dry land. In some interpretations, like that of Abraham ibn Ezra, the Ark wasn't a normal ship, but instead a vessel that stayed underwater for 40 days before surfacing. That's quite the imagination for a 12th century poet when you realize that the first submarine was conceptualized in the 1500s and wasn't built until the 1800s. Just nutty. Anyway, the passage continues with 40 winters entombed in the flames and 40 summers churned the seas. Again, a reference to Noah's Ark. But if you watched this video of mine, this might sound familiar for another reason. An extremely long and brutal winter, followed by the world getting set on fire, followed by a flood. It's basically the description of Ragnarok, including the battle, because you got the battle of the primordial one versus the bishops. That counts. So this strengthens the idea that the world already existed, again, but was destroyed due to a disaster of some sort. Pre-primordial one. And then the passage continues with, the 7 sovereigns were vanquished and the 7 nations submitted to the heavens. What's odd here about this passage is that the 7 nations apparently already existed, so the 7 sovereigns might have ruled over them. If the nations didn't exist, then there wouldn't be a need for them to submit to the heavens because they wouldn't be there. The book would have just said something like, the land submitted to the heavens, instead of specifically saying the 7 nations. What's exceptionally odd is that at this point in time, humans did not exist. They had not yet been created. So who was occupying the lands in such a way that they could be distinguished as 7 individual nations? We'll mull over that idea later, I guess. Next up, we have the passage titled
animal
400
species.
Years After the Held Branches. Now remember, this is probably not literally 400 years, but 400 of whatever time unit primordial gods use, or completely metaphorical. Point is, this passage takes place a good while after the first passage and the arrival of the primordial one. It's like 40 years versus 400 years. It's like multiple anyway. I'll paraphrase a little here. This is the point at which the world was essentially terraformed in preparation for the coming of humanity. This terraformation was done by the primordial one and precisely one of its 4 shades. Together, they also created flora, fauna, and obviously, finally, humans. But you gotta wonder, right? If the Primordial One had 4 shades, yet only one of them was used for creating basically everything, what on earth were the other 3 even doing? Guess we'll investigate that later, too. Now, the last 2 passages don't really have much information in them, but their titles reference the proverbial ark's opening. As if the references to Noah's Ark weren't obvious enough, well, here you go. The Primordial One either had or created an ark within which it placed humans. There's one more relevant passage titled The Funerary Year, which describes the arrival of another heavenly throne that then started a war that caused Enkanomiya to fall beneath the sea. The idea that another entity arrived on this planet and fought with the Primordial One appears to be a major catalyst in a series of events that set the whole game into motion. For example, the Abyss Order is particularly motivated to prove out their theories about the Second Throne, and the Second Throne might also be one of the reasons that Conria tried to fight Heaven to begin with. It's kind of a big deal, and it's only mentioned in passing, which is a little weird. We'll look into this later, in depth, promise. But for now, that's basically everything that the book Before Sun and Moon covers. So let's take a really quick recap before we move on to investigate matters further. First, the world was destroyed, then remade, and then the Bishops dominated this land. Then, the Primordial One showed up and killed the battled the Bishops. During this time, it created 4 shades of itself. The Primordial One and its shades defeat the Bishop Kings, and the world submits to the Primordial One, who then separates the Earth from the rest of the universe in preparation for the coming of humans, and this is probably more of a metaphor for the creation or opening of this arc thing that we don't really understand that well. Now, the remaining bishops flee to the Dark Sea and to the underground, while the Primordial One and the one other shade work together to create flora, fauna, and finally humans. The other 3 shades are AFK at this point. Now, sometime after civilization happens, a second heavenly throne arrives from some unknown location and starts another devastating war. The outcome of this war is unclear. You got all that? Great. Well then, let's begin our investigations by taking a closer look at this Primordial One. Okay, let's get one thing straight right off the bat. A lot of people think that the Primordial One goes by the name of Phanes, and this is because of a suggestion that's made in the book Before Sun and Moon. I am here to tell you that this is probably not the case. In the passage titled On Phanes or the Primordial One, there is a lot of uncertainty that's been specified. This section starts with the line, "The Primordial One may have been Phanes." Emphasis on the may have been, because apparently not even this historian of an author is so certain about this statement that they have made sure to mark it as questionable. So, while it is possible that Phanes is the Primordial One, it is equally possible that he is not. And I would like to proceed on the assumption that they are not the same entity for reasons that I will elaborate on in this section. Okay? Moving on. Speaking of Phanes, though, in 400 years after the held branches, we learned that the Primordial One created life with the assistance of one of its shades. I believe that the shade that assisted was in fact Phanes, and that's why the author of the book kinda lumps the two together. My reasoning comes from Orphic mythology, so let's take a quick look at that. Orphic myth, or Orphism, is a branch of Greek mythology that was considered a mystery cult and was passed down orally, so there are many variations of it. The timelines in these variations and relationships between gods vary so much between accounts that it's just a little ridiculous to parse through. Now that said, I have done what research I can, and I will be providing my personal interpretation on my findings. I'll leave links for further reading downstairs, and I do encourage you to look into it more if the topic interests you at all. Now, okay, the reason we're looking at Orphism specifically is because it's one of the only variations of Greek mythology that references Phanes by that name. The more popular accounts of Greek mythology, like Hesiod's Theogony, refer to him either as Protogonos or Eros. and his importance within the creation of the world is greatly diminished. Orphism is also the only Greek myth that uses the idea of a primordial god or the world hatching from an egg. So there's also that. It's like, you know, the Orphic egg. That's a thing. Orphism, Orphic egg. Anyway. Anywho, my extremely paraphrased and very high-level summary of the Orphic creation myth goes something like this. In the beginning, there only existed the goddess Chaos, whose name means abyss in Greek, incidentally, and from her came two serpentine gods, Chronos Ion, also known as time, and Ananke, also known as inevitability or fate. These two gods violently mingled together and begot the great silver cosmic egg, from which hatched the very first god of creation known as Phanes. Now, Phanes had a body made entirely of light. He also had wings, a helmet, and a serpent that coiled around him, and he took that serpent to be his symbol. Before Sun and Moon claims that Genshin's Phanes had wings and a crown, so that part checks out. Now, there are at least a dozen other primordial gods that came into being after Phanes, including Gaia, the earth, Thalassa, the sea, Uranus, the sky, etc. But the only one I really want to mention specifically in passing is Nyx, or night. See, Phanes was also considered a god of light, and sometimes was considered to be the creator of daytime. Nyx is in many ways his counterpart, being the goddess of night that often takes the form of a raven. But her relationship with Phanes is confusing because depending on the myth and the variation, she can be either his mother, sister, grandmother, or daughter, while also being his wife and consort. And that's how confusing the Orphic myths can be. Anywho, Nyx is important, but maybe not for this video, but make note of her anyway because she'll come up again, especially with the raven motif, especially if you remember this video here, where we talked about the raven insignia and how it's encircling a little glimmer of light in an eclipse and what that might actually mean in terms of Conria and Kaya and a bunch of other fun things. So if that sounds interesting, you should watch that. I will leave a link downstairs. But I digress. Nyx is important. We'll talk about her again, probably in another video, but not for right now. So just make a mental note and we'll move on. Now, my argument for Phanes and the primordial one being two different entities comes from the fact that there is no variation of Orphic or Greek mythology where Phanes, or Eros, is the first god to appear. There is always at least two gods that precede him. This is partly why I think Phanes is a shade of the primordial one and not the primordial one itself. Also, the shades are described as shimmering, so I can't help but think of how Phanes is described as having a body made of light. I mean, that seems kinda shimmery, right? And obviously, Phanes was born from the world egg that was laid by time and fate. This is where you could argue that the primordial one and Phanes are the same being, but I'm still going to argue against that because of one very small detail. To quote, "It had wings and a crown and was birthed from an egg, androgynous in nature." This line that references the primordial one, supposedly, basically outright describes Phanes as per Orphic myth. However, this is the point where the two entities start to overlap as creation-based deities. In this case, I think it's more likely that the primordial one created the egg that birthed Phanes, and not that the primordial one hatched from the egg itself.
Oh my god.
The next line reads, "But for the world to be created, the egg's shell had to be broken." However, according to the order of events that we laid out in the previous section,
right, the world was already
point at
here.
which the egg was used to separate heaven and earth, the primordial one had already done battle with the bishops and forced them to submit. This is outlined in 40 Years After the Held Branches, which claims that the primordial one only created heaven and earth after the bishops were defeated. To do that, it needed to break the egg in order to use the shell to separate the heaven and the earth. Obviously, it's not a foolproof argument, but it makes more sense that the primordial one created 4 shades, and one of them was actually the cosmic egg that Phanes hatched from. That would perfectly line up with the idea that the primordial one and one of its shades, Phanes specifically since he's a god of creation, created life as we know it. They did it together. So that leaves us with 2 creator deities, the primordial one and Phanes, and their ark-like egg that houses life and those problematic little things we call humans. So what about the other 3 shades? What was their purpose, and what the heck were they doing while the Primordial One and Phaenis were off creating life? To answer that question, we have to take a little side trip. Before Enkanomiya was released, the only references of prehistoric times that we had all centered around one key concept: the Sealies and the 3 moons. And we have 3 remaining shapes. Very convenient. At some point,
Venti is so nasty.
Before the fall of Enkanomiya, there were 3 moon sisters that took turns driving their sovereign carriage across the sky. If they failed to successfully change drivers, it was said that a great disaster would befall Tevat. Or, well, technically the world, because they didn't actually use the word Tevat, so we're just making some assumptions here. Interesting to note that the moons here are said to have a sovereign carriage, while the primordial one was considered to be the sovereign of sovereigns. Phaenis, the 4th shade, also had a body made entirely of light, and in some myths was the creator of daytime. You could say that gives him some solar associations. This is noteworthy because the Greek solar deity is known as Helios, who was known for driving his divine carriage across the sky as the embodiment of the sun. In Enkanomiya, the Dainichi Mikoshi is also known as the Helios, as well as the chariot of the sun, and it requires a divine bridle to manipulate it. Remember this. Now, the Moon Sisters existed alongside a race known as the Sealies, who were supposed to guide humanity. Note that while we've seen the ghostly remains of the Sealies, we don't actually have any idea what they looked like. One notable event, however, was the marriage of a Sealy with a, quote, traveler from afar, which took place in the Lunar Palace. We know nothing of this traveler from afar, except that they were likely not a Sealy or a human, as those wouldn't have been considered as coming from a faraway place, since, you know, it's kind of the same place. However, a traveler from afar could very well be connected to the so-called second who came. For you see, 30 days after the marriage of the Sealy and the Traveler, a great disaster occurred. The two were supposedly separated for eternity and their memories were wiped, and then the Moon Sisters decided to turn on each other and died or killed each other or something. And the remaining Sealies withered away soon after that, leaving behind their ghostly remains that lead us to treasure chests. Now, the Traveler from afar, there are some similarities to the second who came as illustrated in the Before Sun and Moon book. Both of them started some sort of disaster, although the second who came technically started a war, but I will consider a war a type of disaster. That checks out. And interestingly, you know how the Abyss Order was hunting down the book Before Sun and Moon? Well, if you remember back to the very beginning of the game, they were also hunting down another book that we recovered from them with the help of Lisa.
Okay.
It's called The Pale Princess and the 6 Pygmies. We recovered volume 1 of 7, and MiHoYo still won't release the other 6 volumes from Lore Jail, so I can't really cover these series in depth, but I can point out a couple of interesting things based on the volume short descriptions because those are public knowledge. Basically, the Pale Princess meets a Light Prince from another country, region, let's call it, and on their journey they meet 6 pygmies who eventually do something horrible and everything gets really sad. A Light Prince, to me, sounds a lot like Phaenis, if only because he was...
That's so funny that we played this clip 2 billion times, and I just passed off the secret as some fucking stupid bullshit. The secret. That's so funny. It contains the secret. It's so funny. What?
Either a sovereign himself or the son of a sovereign, and his body was made of pure light, so that would make him a light prince. Interesting to note that a princess and a prince is the perfect setup for a fairy tale romance, not unlike our Sealy and Traveler from earlier, although that kind of does conflict with the idea that the Light Prince and Phaenis are associated together, because Phaenis should have come before the Light Prince and wouldn't have necessarily come from afar, but hey, we're dealing in conflicting theoreticals. Let's roll with it. We're just looking for similarities to put together some possible story that could happen later on. We're missing puzzle pieces. Okay, we're taking guesses. Now, incidentally, the Pale Princess also lives in a place called the Moonlight Forest, which...
Before I continue, does Kazuha apply VV off field, or do you have to be on field to proc it? It's on field, right? Yeah.
could be a reference to the Moon Sisters, maybe? And while the people there are considered very pale and beautiful, there are apparently a lot of horrifying monsters that live just outside the forest. Horrifying monsters lurking in the dark sounds a lot like the bishops in Enkanomiya. Maybe a stretch or a reference? Who knows? I'm just pointing it out. Is any of this relevant? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I just think it's interesting to note the parallels between two very different books that the Abyss Order wants because they supposedly conceal a very important
Another
secret.
test
There are just so many parallels. It's weird, okay? But speaking of secrets, if you pick up on my subtle nods about the Moon Sisters being the other three shades of the primordial one? Well, what if I told you Ishtaroth and Kairos might actually be one of them? She fell into the sea along with Enkanomiya and survived. Yeah, you heard that right. Ishtaroth might actually be a moon. That means that the Moon Sisters are the remaining three shades of the primordial one, which makes Phanes the sun brother, probably. And the Seelies could have been considered envoys of these primordial gods who walked benighted amongst humanity in order to guide them until one day a Seelie fell in love with some traveler from afar, which resulted in big disaster goes no, boom, boom. Yeah, that's a thing. But wait, I hear you say. Ishtaroth was the god of time. She can't be a Moon Sister. Well, hold on to your saddle, cowboy. This pony's gonna take you on a journey. I promise I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh my god.
So during one of the interviews with the Genshin developers, they stated that the artifact system was based off the suits in tarot cards. I know this feels like a really abrupt segue. I get it. Just bear with me. Most don't think much of this statement at first blush, but when you really sit down to think about it, saying that our 5-piece artifact system is based off of a 4-suit tarot system doesn't make a whole lot of sense, now does it? That's because there's an additional reference that they don't talk about. See, there were 4 shades of the primordial one, plus the primordial one. 4 suits, 4 shades, plus 1 for 5. Huh? You see where I'm going with this? No?
Wow.
Well, let me see if I can explain. So the suits in tarot are wands, pentacles, cups, and swords, which correlate to fire, earth, water, and air, respectively. We're going to match these to each type of artifact: flower, plume, sands, goblet, and crown. I know they're mismatched. Bear with me, because these results are totally going to blow your mind. Let's start with the flower. The flower, or flower of life, is the easiest artifact type to match. Wands are traditionally made of wood in the tarot and typically show flowers blooming off of little offshoot branches. Wands are also associated with the element of fire and generally represent creative energy, copulation, motivations, and, you know, that kind of thing. Driving forces, motive forces, inertia. Seeing as fire gives off light and wands deal in matters of creation, this perfectly emulates the shade Phanes. He was the source of life, hence flower of life, and also flowers grow from seeds and seeds are just plant eggs. You're welcome for that mental image. Next up, we'll talk about the plume. The plume, or the plume of death, is represented by a feather. Feathers belong to birds, and birds are known for being conspicuously airborne. Additionally, I've pointed out in other videos linked downstairs that birds were very commonly seen as representative of the human soul. Human souls are associated with ghosts, and ghosts only come out when people are dead, so yeah, plume of death makes sense. Now, I liken this artifact type to the suit of swords. The swords represent thoughts, words, written records, and the element of air. That makes the artifact type representative of Ishtaroth. Now, remember that Ishtaroth is hailed as the 1,000 winds of time, which works with the air element and the sword suit. Most of you are probably thinking that she'd work better as the sand, since that's like a clock, right? And clocks are time, but actually the feather is more perfect for her. Ishtaroth appears to be the god of moments. She captures snapshots, and even the writer of Before Sun and Moon calls himself a scribe of Ishtaroth, meaning she's associated with written records, at least to some extent. She's also known for creating the phenomenon of the sin shades, and if you didn't know this, shades, in the context of Greek mythology, reference the actor images of the dead, the ghostly entities that walk the river Styx, or just exist in the realm of Hades. In some ways, she might be remembering the moments from the lives of the deceased. Plume of Death therefore suits her quite well. Side note, if Venti is considered to be related to Ishtaroth in any way, shape, or form because he's the god of wind and he was worshipped along the god of wind in time with the Thousand Winds Temple and everything else that we have going on here, then it's interesting that he's a bard and that this suit is associated with written words and written records, because you could also point out that that is, you know, like a song or a poetry sort of thing. It's just really fitting. Now, I don't have names for the remaining two shades, but I'd like to at least give some insight into what they could be and what they could do based on the tarot suits. Spoiler alert, they both also have to do with time. That means we have 3.
Venti is such a liar, dude. He's such a fucking liar. Bro is lying. This world is full of untold mysteries. He...
Time gods, not one, and each rule over time in a different way. Well, perhaps a different aspect of time would be a better way to think of it. Now let's look at the sands of Eon. First off, Eon is a massive span of time that can be broken down into eras. Scientists usually mark an eon as about 1 billion years, and this is in contrast to Ishtaroth's moments, which seem to span only a few minutes. I'm going to associate the sands with the suit of pentacles. Pentacles deal with money and material possessions and is always associated with the element of earth. The sands artifact type is represented by an hourglass, which is filled with, well, sand, which is a type of earth. Yeah. Curiously, this isn't a clock in a traditional sense. A clock only goes in one direction forever and ever, but an hourglass passes the time within it back and forth as it's flipped over. It's fairly cyclical in that way. Again, in stark contrast to Ishtaroth's moments. And now we can look at the goblet Eonothum. I admit, I had to look up what Eonothum means. Turns out it's a really specific geologic term that refers to a particular span of time within a given eon, usually in the form of rock deposits. That makes it representative of like an era, basically. So now we have eons, eras, and moments.
Okay.
Big time, part time, small time.
Okay.
Or maybe past, present, and future.
Okay.
Like the 3 fates in Greek mythology.
Okay.
Now, incidentally, the mother of Phanes is Ananke, and Ananke was also the mother of the Fates, since she was basically fate itself. Is that a coincidence? I don't think so. Anyway, goblets are just cups, so they are obviously the cup suit in tarot. The cups represent water and generally deal with emotions and emotionally sorts of thingies. Some of the best cards to get when asking a tarot reader questions about love come from the cup suit specifically. And finally, we're out of suits. We're also out of shades, though, so that leaves the final artifact type, the Crown of Logos, to represent the primordial one. Now, I also had to look up Logos, because I didn't know what it meant, and apparently it refers to the Word of God, divine reason, and creative order. If that's not enough to convince you that this crown, suitable for a sovereign, represents the ultimate god, I don't know what is. Consider the Crown of Logos to be the dealer of the cards when it comes to the tarot. It's kind of fitting when you think of it that way. So the cool thing about these parallels here is it gives reason to why we have artifacts. We're basically calling on the primordial powers of the world. Something I think would be really interesting to do as a little side project is to go through artifact sets, and because we know that the stories they tell are out of order, I want to see if the flower is actually talking about origins and the sword is usually talking about like things that were spoken or said, and if the clocks represent things that have already occurred, like actual events, and if the goblets talk about the emotions of the characters that are in the artifact set. Again, this is not something that I have done, I'm just curious to see if they would go that far. So, how do we tie all this back to the moons, you ask?
Read Thundering Fury. Where? A lightning is where? Somehow spared the fate. The day disaster. Thunderbird's cool retribution. You have to go to the archive. A purple flower. Oh, this is interesting. What? A purple flower that survived in a volcanic ash. Okay. Witness who told us the mission of the ancient tribe. With the innocent's blood, the shaman summoned the Thunderbird. They made their offerings, waited for a Thunderbird to reveal, and the oracles. However, what descended with the Thunderbird was the lightning of destruction, the transgression against the young lad who sang to it. The sentence was total obliteration. The Thunderbird showed his true nature. Whoa! Is this talking about the sun god? Kid? Or something? No. Yeah, let's talk about something else. Lost brother is destruction of the shrine. Thunderbird trying to be like here gotcha at the podium. I'll sing to you another time. When you come again with the thunder and rain, driven the mountains over. The promise uncapped the thunder mountain in cinders. It was hunted down years after slain as a monster. Years later, the burned land revitalized. The Thunderbird, the lightning feather was left buried in the vegetation. So the Thunderbird and the young lad all but perished with the tribe. Omen of the thunderstorm. What an ethos.
Ask. Well, this is a depiction of the god Dionysus leading the three Horae, also known as the Hours, which is a perfect parallel for Phanes leading the Shades. Why? Well, Phanes was not just the god of creation, he was also the god whose story centered on reincarnation. His first iteration was obviously Phanes, but he would die and then get later reborn as a god named Zagreus. Later, Zagreus would also die, and he would be reborn as none other than Dionysus, the god of wine. Again, Venti, you're looking really suspicious right now.
What?
The Horae were the three goddesses that represented the passage.
I swear to God, he's so unserious. Like, he's more important and powerful than he lets on. He's not taking any of this seriously. He's so funny to me. Like, very easily gets his realm in peace. Everyone in Mondstadt's just fucking chilling. Having a good old time, living in peace because he eliminates all threats. Just chilling in this era of peace, you know. leveling mountains. You know, it's no big deal. It's no big deal, you know. He's not taking any of this seriously. He's so funny. Because he's y'all, he's wearing booty shorts to wars, okay? And he drinks wine all day. Like, what? He is so fake. Oh.
Of time in the form of seasons, spring, summer, and autumn, with winter notoriously absent. They were considered the guards of Mount Olympus, and you know what? The Moon Sisters take turns driving a carriage across the sky, almost like they're taking turns on guard duty. They also have another incarnation wherein they serve Zeus as the entities of justice, order, and peace. Kind of similar in concept to the heavenly principles, if you stop and think about it for a minute. Especially when it's said that eternity is the idea that's closest to the heavenly principles. And if the moons and the heavenly principles are related, and they are also gods of time, then eternity being related to them makes a whole lot more sense now, doesn't it? So conceptually, the Horae fit the primordial shades very, very well. And since the Horae govern over natural time through seasons, we can actually use science to connect the Horae back to the moons. You see, throughout of all human history, natural time is always calculated via the moon. See, a full moon cycle from full moon to full moon is about 29 and a half solar days, which is why we have about 30 days every month. Or maybe I should say moon. You divide that by 4 phases and you get roughly 7 days. That's 1 week. 12 lunar cycles, or months, makes for 354 days for a complete solar year. That's 11 days shy of our typical 365, which is the number we use for completely different reasons, which I will not get into right now. The point here is that natural time was always calculated by the moons. Therefore, it makes sense for the moons to be gods of time, to rule over time itself. Therefore, I believe that the moons may in fact also be all gods of time, but different parts of time, as illustrated by the tarot suits and the artifact sets. Feathers representing fleeting moments, sands representing eons, and cups representing eras, with Venus representing the start of everything, the start of time as a flower, birthed from seed. But I have to add a little bit of a footnote here. In the original Chinese text, there are some discrepancies in the words accompanying each artifact type. For example, the sands of Eon are actually the sands of time. This is annoying because beyond the overt use of the word time, this artifact does not reflect Ishtaroth all that well, in my opinion. The cyclicality of an hourglass is still at odds with her theme of snapshotting moments and death, and feathers don't really fit the element of Earth all that well when you're comparing it to the tarot, which is a developer-confirmed reference. Ultimately, this discrepancy in translation, for the sands anyway, doesn't really change anything for me, and the same can be kind of said for the crown, which is called logos in English, but logic in CN, and logic as in reason. Logos and logic are two very different things, but I suppose if you wanted to make logic divine in some way, calling it logos kind of works, so that's fine too. And like I said, logic is a form of reasoning, and the idea of having the primordial one associated with reason, well, Honkai fans probably already have an idea about where I'm going with this, but we can explore that in a completely separate video. Just want to acknowledge it here first. However, there is one translation that is completely different, and that translation is for the goblet. In the original Chinese text, the goblet of Eonodham is actually the goblet of space, which is very different from the geologic formations that mark eras within a given eon, and I find this choice of translation frustrating on many levels. But with that frustration comes one additional realization, which I guess we could consider a benefit. And that realization is that we've actually seen a shade of the primordial one already. Well, most likely, if any of what I've presented here today is true. And that shade is Susty. You know, the sustainer of heavenly principles. I named her Susty in another video. She's basically distorting space with her cube power things. She's disassembling and reassembling, warping in and out of nowhere. Her powers of the void are just space-time distortion, which I guess can still kind of make her a god of time, just a god of space-time, which is still pretty different, but also kind of works, sort of. I know space-time isn't really time, but, you know, bending the rules, I guess. And if Susty here is, in fact, a shade of the Primordial One, then there's a damn good chance that she's also one of the Moon Sisters. And that lends some weight to my earlier suggestion that the three shades or Moon Sisters may have been guards or soldiers. Susty kind of fits that description since she's guarding Tevat or Celestia, wherever the heck this is, anyway. She's enforcing. That's kind of what soldiers do, right? Kind of, sort of. All I gotta do now is wait for the Hersher of the Void jokes. You cannot avoid those. Especially now that they're basically confirmed. So, what have we learned today? Well, for starters, the Primordial One did not create the world, it merely found it and made adjustments to it for its own personal reasons. The native species of this world were the Vishops, which ruled over 7 nations which apparently predate human existence, which is weird. The Primordial One, along with 3 of its shades, defeated the native Vishops, then used its 4th shade, Phanis, to create new life forms including humans from the world egg. Seelies must have been created soon after this, for they were tasked with guiding early humans under the watchful eyes of the Moon Sisters, who could be 3 of the Primordial One's shades and also possibly rule over different aspects of time, which means that one of these Moon Sisters would be Ishtaroth, also known as Kairos. During this period, another entity known as the Second Throne came along and started a war that killed the Moon Sisters and the Seelies, and then also caused Enkanomiya to sink beneath the sea. And as a side note, the Primordial One and its shades are represented in our artifacts and draw inspiration from the Terra. And that's my preliminary take on the prehistory of Tevat in light of the information presented in the book Before Sun and Moon. And now you probably all understand why I didn't want to wrap this into my very first video on Enkanomiya. There was a lot to get through. That said, I think this is enough content for one video. We can explore other theories that come from all this information a little bit later, but I think we'll just leave things here for now. I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank you all for watching this video and being patient with me as I try to carve out some semblance of a reasonable schedule into the chaos that is my life. I appreciate you.
There's a lot. There's a lot. Well, rather, if it's one of those things where it's taking direct comparison from IRL things, I guess my thing is like, so then what, are we using that to try to predict the story early? Or are we trying to see if it follows in line with it the entire time and then deviates to something else? Because I'm like, where does the creativity come in? Is it just in the way that it represents things? Are we just trying to, like, are we trying to predict the, you know, through path of what's going to happen in the plot based on the information that's been presented to us? To me, I think that does sound fun. To me, that does sound fun. But I do wonder if they have deviated at all, you know, or taken creative liberties. Like this part? Where's it at?
The sun, and it requires a divine bridle to manipulate it. Remember this. Now, the Moon Sisters existed alongside a race known as the Seelies, who were supposed to guide humanity.
Okay.
Note that while we've seen the ghostly remains of the Seelies, we don't actually have any idea what they looked like. One notable event, however, was the marriage of a Seelie with a, quote, traveler from afar, which took place in the Lunar Palace.
Okay.
We know nothing of this traveler from afar, except that they were likely not a Seelie or a human, as
Outside,
they
baby.
wouldn't have been considered as coming from a faraway place, since, you know, it's kind of the same place. However, a traveler from afar could very well be connected to the so-called second who came. For you see, 30 days after the marriage of the Seelie and the traveler, a great disaster occurred. The two were supposedly separated for eternity and their memories were wiped, and then the Moon Sisters decided to turn on each other and they died or killed each other or something. And the remaining Seelies withered away soon after that, leaving behind their ghostly remains that lead us to treasure chests. Now, the traveler from afar, there are some similarities to the second who came as illustrated in the Before Sun and Moon book. Both of them started some sort of disaster, although the second who came technically started a war, but I will consider a war a type of disaster. That checks out. And interestingly, you know how the Abyss Order was hunting down the book Before Sun and Moon?
Yeah.
Well, if you remember back to the very beginning
This is
of
so
the
crazy
game,
to me.
they were also hunting down another book that we recovered from them with
Fiction.
the help of Lisa. It's called The Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies. We recovered volume 1 of 7, and MiHoYo still won't release the other 6 volumes from Lore Jail, so I can't really cover these series in depth, but I can point out a couple of interesting things based on the volume short descriptions because those are public knowledge. Basically, the Pale Princess meets a Light Prince from another country, region, let's call it, and on their journey they meet 6 pygmies who eventually do something horrible and everything gets really sad. A Light Prince, to me, sounds a lot like Phanes, if only because he was either a sovereign himself or the son of a sovereign, and his body was made of pure light, so that would make him a Light Prince. Interesting to note that a princess and a prince is the perfect setup for a fairy tale romance, not unlike our Seelie and Traveler from earlier, although that kind of does conflict with the idea that the Light Prince and Phanes are associated together, because Phanes should have come before the Light Prince and wouldn't have necessarily come from afar, but hey, we're dealing in conflicting theoreticals. Let's roll with it. We're just looking for similarities to put together some possible story that could happen later on. We're missing puzzle pieces, okay? We're taking guesses. Now, incidentally, the Pale Prince...
I still think it's crazy to think about how there's no way the Abyss Order could know about fiction mirroring, like, truth, right? There's no way they could know that. They don't have access to Ermenthal. They wouldn't know that. They can't, they're like... Has there ever been a Patui Abyss? They never been in... They don't know. Nobody should know that except 3 people right now, right? But they do know, because why would they go after Lisa's fucking rando fairy tale book? That wasn't very significant. And then they were wondering, like, she literally pointed that out. She was like, why the fuck would they want this rando book? Hold on, where's it at? She literally said it. I remember. She literally was like, why do they want this stupid rando book? Hang on. Where is it at? Meet Lisa. Where is it? Where is it? Should be somewhere towards the beginning. Am I wrong? Investments, DeLuke. Let's see. Gene. Oh my god, where is it? Wait. Here it is. Okay. is it a book? Book. Oh.
Paimon coming in.
Let's see. Yeah. Somewhere around here. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not from the restricted section, so it's hardly a book worth stealing. Whoever wanted this book so badly had a strange fixation indeed.
So, what do we do now?
Let's see.
It's the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies. Paimon remembers that name. Is this the one you were looking for?
That's the one. It's a good thing it isn't damaged. Otherwise, then again, as I said, it isn't from the restricted section, which is the only reason I would let the average citizen borrow it in the first place. And it doesn't appear to have any abnormal elemental properties, save for the markings I put on it.
How would they know?
Yeah, it seems like just an average storybook.
So why did the Abyss... How would they know?
You just want the book? I was unaware that anyone in Mondstadt was concerned with unearthing the secret hidden inside this book. Who are you?
The librarian, although I believe that should be quite clear already. Return the book. This is an ultimatum.
Since you insist on concealing your identity, I have all the less reason to give you that book. After all, it contains the secret.
Huh? What are you doing? Such concentrated elemental power. Please don't. See, if it wasn't for Lisa, we could have gotten information from him, okay? If it wasn't for Lisa, we could have gotten vital information. It contains the secret. Did nobody like ask a question about this? Like, was this never curious to anybody? Oh, that's so annoying. Oh. But that was chapter 1. Oh.
Paimon coming in.
Here's a timeline animation. Ooh.
This is the beginning of everything. In a time long before our traveler's story, the world was ruled by 7 powerful dragons, the strongest and greatest of their kind. These dragons were known as the 7 sovereigns, and each governed one of the 7 elements: Pyro, Hydro, Anemo, Electro, Dendro, Cryo, and Geo. But one day, a foreign god arrived from beyond the stars, much like our traveler. This god had wings and a crown, and was birthed from an egg, androgynous in nature, but it was known to the people as the primordial one.
It split itself into 4 godly beings, 4 shining shades. And after being embroiled in battle for 40 years, the Primordial One vanquished the 7 sovereigns. The Dragon Lords furiously retreated into the depths of the sea, and the Primordial One reshaped the heavens and earth to create the world we know today, Teyvat. The Primordial One had come with a sacred plan for humanity, a covenant to protect and provide for them. In a time known as the Year of Jubilee, the Primordial One and its 4 shining shades lived in harmony with humans. As long as humans were happy, it too rejoiced. If there was hunger, the heavens would bring down food and rain. If there was poverty, the earth would bring forth its riches. If melancholy were to spread, the heavens would reply with their voices. Blessed by the loving gaze of their gods, and sheltered in a peace wrought by a divine hand, humanity flourished and stretched across the continent, establishing themselves as one unified, glorious civilization. But their prosperity was not meant to be. Soon after, the skies were torn asunder once more with the arrival of yet another force from beyond the stars, the second throne of the heavens. It waged a long, arduous war against the Primordial One. The heavens collapsed, the earth was rent asunder, and even the 4 corners of Teyvat were not spared from cataclysmic destruction. Civilizations crumbled, pushed below the dark waves of the ocean by the earth-shattering conflict. And the only god left to answer humanity's cry for help was Isroth, the shining shade who ruled over time and wind. She was every second of joy, every moment of rage, every flash of delirium. She fought valiantly alongside the Primordial One, but as war ravaged the face of Teyvat, the ancient records detailing their battle were lost to time. The conclusion of this war remains a mystery, and so too does the fate of Isroth. And now, her existence has been all but forgotten in Teyvat.
A 1,000 years passed, and my brother and I discovered a new avatar.
The legends say that if you listen closely, you can hear her in the breeze that makes dandelions dance in windrise, in the winds that crest the coast of Narukami Island, in the moments where time is neither here nor there in the sheltered oasis of Vanarana. She waits for someone to answer her call.
Oh my. This Genshin shit's serious. Hold on, wait. If you ever get the chance, this will explain what the world was before the Primordial One. It shouldn't have any spoilers other than what's from Inca. Is Inca basically what the world was before? Before the, you know, with the primordial gods and everything? Oh my god. No, this is before everything else. Like, so there were no humans. Yeah, humans didn't come to be until like much later. Yeah. How fascinating. So then what are we doing? Just trying to find our sibling? Yeah, but what about the rest of it? Watch Venti's demo. Why the moons fell? Okay. Venti demo.
There's an archaic tale to be told.
that of which is of an ancient one. That of which traveled among the gods. That of which beheld lands undone, seas spun. Oh, how chained to your daily toiling you are. Must you intrude on a bard's leisure time?
Venti 10%. That's what this is to me. It's so far to notice.
Some notes can't be played for just anyone. Lest the high winds blow you away. Rhythm take you. It's more than language and poetry that flow with the wind.
Especially when the lyre was on screen.
Way. Some notes can't be played for just...
Full of mystery, born from the branches of time. A history of glory and sorrow. A witness to the divine. Well, because isn't he not this guy? Isn't he some friend? He was something before, right? He was this little, like, sprite, Sealy looking thing, right? Hmm. Hmm. I'm so sick of all these liars.
Anyone. Lest the high winds blow you away. Rhythm take you. It's more than language and poetry that flow with the wind.
Can I watch more of these? Wait a minute.
Leaving the city? It's a real jungle out there. They say there's this group of guys now who always come out in the rain.
Wait a
since
minute.
It drowns out the cries for help and washes away any sign of a struggle.
That all sounds perfect.
Perfect, like the state of the world after Ishtahal. No, okay, so the world was imperfect at first, but after Ishtahal's influence, it literally... Okay.
You sure have nerves of steel, ma'am.
Stop! Now hand over your goods!
Bandits! Help! Help!
Alright, we're done. Alright, give me another one. You're still on 3.4 World Quest, so anything past that is spoilers. Genshin 2.7 theory.
My father.
Who is?
说起来，你们知道吗？风魔龙也是曾经的四风守护之一。
History of Genshin Impact so far. What is this?
从没见过，也从没听过的情况啊！
Okay, maybe not this one. To stop before it gets to Fontaine. Is this just a bunch of trailers and stuff? You're trying to get me to watch trailers.
Miss Nilu, will you teach me the dance you came up with in the desert?
What does this have to do? What does this have to do with Conria? Does this have anything to do with Conria? If this has nothing to do with Conria or the eggshell, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Okay? Nilo caused the cataclysm. That's not far back enough in history. When Nilu serves cunt on Celestia.
You don't have to watch all three, so don't get overwhelmed. But you will get the most value out of these three theories if you watch them all together. All right then, procrastinators, this is your last chance to pause the video if you don't want any spoilers, because we're getting started right now. Like most things in Genshin, this theory begins with the Adventurers Guild and its slogan, Ad Astra Abyssosk, to the stars and the abyss. Considering we are so deeply intertwined with the Adventurers Guild, it's kind of weird that we know so very little about it. For example, who runs it, and for what purpose? Well, I would like to propose the idea, out of complete nowhere and with no context, that the Adventurers Guild might have been founded by none other than the Hexen Circle. Bold claim, I know, but stick with me. For those of you who don't know, Hexen...
Maybe the Adventurers Guild... Maybe the Adventurers Guild is ran by Pink Diamond. I knew it.
Circle is German for Hexing Circle, which is basically just a witch's coven. This Hexen Circle in particular has potentially 5 members, 2 of whom you are definitely familiar with, Mona and Alice. Now, Mona has no known affiliation with the Adventurers Guild, but Alice is the author of the Teyvat Travel Guide, which is sponsored by the guild. And by no other reason but association, the remaining Hexen Circle members should be Mona's teacher, the alchemist Rhine-daughter, and the mysterious Skirk. Notice I did not include Lisa here because she specifically states that she is not part of this particular Hexen Circle, which doesn't mean that she couldn't be part of another one, but that's another thing altogether. Now, note that these 3 I listed here are speculated and not confirmed, but we will talk about each of them as we go along to explain why I'm listing them here and why I'm making this claim. But the real question here is, why would a group of witches be responsible for founding an Adventurers Guild? Well, let's take a look at the guild. The Adventurers Guild has 2 main objectives: explore the world of Teyvat and gather information on the world of Teyvat. Now, according to Lisa, the only real known objective of the Hexen Circle is the exploration of Irminsul and tea parties, which I don't think are
Irminsul?
Which is a little...
What?
Objectives: explore the world of Teyvat and gather information on the world of Teyvat. Now, according to Lisa, the only real known objective of the Hexen Circle is the exploration of Irminsul. And
this character's important too! Oh my god. Maybe Lisa knows about things. Maybe she figured something out. Oh no.
tea parties, which I don't think are relevant. Which is a little weird, since Mona and her teacher study the stars, not the tree, while Alice travels willy-nilly recording local history, and Rhine-daughter... Well, actually, Rhine-daughter seems to be actively studying Irminsul, so that one checks out. Her studying the Irminsul is actually one of the reasons why I think she's part of this Hexenzirkel, but I digress. Now, Rhine-daughter is the master and creator and self, even when they have been cut off or otherwise not physically connected. It functions somewhat like a server for all the data in the world, collecting said data and elemental energy from all across Teyvat through means of its roots, which we know as ley lines. Some ley lines are connected to smaller versions of the Irminsul that grow on Teyvat's surface, notably Inazuma's Sacred Sakura and Dragonspine's Frost-bearing tree, as well as the petrified trees found deep within domains, although we don't actually know where in physical space those are, so I don't know if I should count them. But the petrified trees are kind of interesting because they will actually give you gifts in the form of crystallized memories, artifacts, in exchange for resin, which the Traveler magically generates somehow, which is weird because they're technically not from this world, so it's kind of strange why they would have this function. Or maybe it's Paimon's function, I don't know, I'm sorry, I'm distracted. The recorded memory aspect of Irminsul is similar to Alice's pursuit of practical history through her own observations, but memories aren't the only thing Irminsul contains. It also contains vast amounts of elemental energy, which is used in alchemy. That's Rhine-daughter's field of study. So both of these fields of study seem to be very obviously related to what Irminsul does, but astrology seems to be completely unrelated. Until you realize it isn't. See, way back in version 1.1, we got an event called Unreconciled Stars, one of the most important events in the entirety of Genshin, and it should have been an Archon quest. I'm gonna be salty about it forever, but sorry. In this quest, meteors fell from the sky and put everyone that came into contact with them into a deep sleep. Each person who fell asleep had the exact same dream they couldn't wake up from. After tracking down these meteors with Mona, we discovered that it wasn't just a rock that the meteor was, but a literal star from a real person's constellation. This is something that confuses Mona because the stars that make up constellations should be burning balls of gas light years away. It should be actually impossible for them to fall like this, and in this form. Later on in this quest, Scaramouche concludes that both the stars and the sky are a lie, something that Mona doesn't completely dismiss because her teacher, who's in the Hexenzirkel, told her to be wary of the false sky. And in Chapter 3, Act 5, Dottore reiterates this notion that the sky is indeed false. Specifically, he says that not only are the skies fake, but that this fact is actually a secret hidden by Irminsul concerning the truth of this world. The truth of this world, by the way, is the one thing that Rhine-daughter...
The fucking... this little fucking angry baby face.
Concerning the truth of this...
Her concerned angry baby face.
world. The truth of this world, by the way, is the one thing that Rhine-daughter had tasked Albedo with discovering before she left him in Mondstadt. Now, there are a bunch of references to something called a firmament littered throughout the entire game. There's the Solar Pearl, the Spectres, Prototype Amber, Vermilion Hereafter, just to name a few. Trust me, there's like so many references. And while the term firmament can be used to describe the sky itself, in the Old Testament, it's actually supposed to be a solid dome that prevents the waters of the cosmic ocean from, falling in and flooding the whole world. And Genshin's higher level world building is actually based on Abrahamic theology, so that's why I'm referencing that in particular. But anyway, let's assume for the time being that the sky is fake and that it is solid like it is in biblical cosmology. How then would a star pass through a solid structure? Easy. It doesn't. It has to be inside the structure or a part of the structure. Going back to the Spectres for a bit, their description talks about a giant tree in the sky, which is odd because we only have a giant tree underground. And it says that they resemble the fruit of this tree. But you know what else they look like? Knowledge capsules, which are basically the fruit of the Akasha and contain memory data. The Akasha was an invention of the Dendro Archon, and its sole purpose was to collect true knowledge from the people in the form of dreams. And remember, the meteor and unreconciled stars put everyone into a dream they couldn't wake up from. Dreams are the dominion of the god of wisdom, and it seems reasonable to assume that an Archon that was literally crafted from the branches of this world tree would design her invention in the likeness of Irminsul itself. And then she named it Akasha, which means sky in Sanskrit. So if the Akasha is like a miniature Irminsul, then it stands to reason that the Irminsul also has knowledge capsules, or perhaps we should call them ley line fruit, because that's what they're called in Energy Amplifier. And if Irminsul is related to the false sky and it's been stretched to the abyss, well...
Oh shit. That's not correct. That's not correct at all. What? Is that just there? I don't know.
Ad Astra Abyssos, the branches must be in the stars, which means that the meteor that fell from the sky was actually a false star or an Irminsul fruit, a knowledge capsule that forces anyone who touches it to witness the dream of the person it belongs to. And those knowledge capsule stars make up constellations, which, as you may recall...
Forbidden knowledge.
determine people's fates within Tibet, or so we're led to believe. See, if we're right about the Akasha and the Irminsul being related, then we can look to the Akasha to see an example of fate in action, putting that in quotes. In Chapter 3, we saw how the Akasha could predict the actions of the person whose data had been entered into its system with extreme accuracy. But once Sino became aware of what was happening to him, he was able to subvert his fate, or his prediction, so to speak. Irminsul might not actually be all that different. It might just be predicting the fates of people and not actually dictating it. So with all that in mind, consider this. The Irminsul tree stretches from the stars to the abyss, and the Hexenzirkel are studying it. This tree contains all of the world's history and is able to forcibly change history if the correct conditions are met. And it may also be able to determine one's fate based on this massive collection of data. This means that one's fate isn't predetermined so much as pre-predicted, and that it may be possible, albeit difficult, to escape one's fate. Alice just might be studying the world's history looking for inconsistencies, possible places where Irminsul has changed the world's memory. Mona and her teacher may be investigating the stars as a way to escape the clutches of this artificial fate. So what about Rhine-Daughter? Well, I think Rhine-Daughter is investigating the potential of forbidden knowledge, which we know is incompatible with Irminsul. We know basically 3 things about forbidden knowledge. We know it has the ability to pollute or corrupt things, we know it cannot be understood, and we know that it came from beyond this world and from the very depths of the abyss. So let's break that down. Pollution and corruption are weird terms for a type of knowledge, but I think of it this way. If Irminsul is similar to a computer, then the data on it is basically like a file that the computer can read. However, if the file is corrupted, that means its data is faulty and can no longer be read by the system. If you ignore the possibility of just deleting crucial parts of the file, there are basically 2 ways to achieve this unreadability. Either the file's data can get scrambled to the point where it's no longer recognizable, or new incompatible data can be injected and then maybe scrambled until the system can't read it. The former is like corruption, while the latter is pollution. Both methods make it so that the contents of the file can no longer be understood. Withering zones are a good example of pollution. Withering zones are flooded with energy and potentially data, which causes life within it to go a little berserk. By removing the source of the pollution, or stopping the bleeding, so to speak, a withering zone can be cleared. Elazar, on the other hand, is a good example of corruption. There is not really any new information or energy being absorbed by the body, but instead some of the body's data has been scrambled, causing it to malfunction and crystallize. And yes, the computer metaphor is a valid, if not near perfect, comparison to make. Nahida is the avatar of Irminsul, literally born of its branches, and her kit has her normal attacking by jumping on a keyboard, marking the enemies with a selection box on her skill, and also using a selection box to delete people with her charge attack. Now what's interesting is that in Chapter...
Oh, that is so fucking nasty. Oh my god, that is so gross. Oh, that is so fucking nasty. What?
Act 2's Dream Samsara, the traveler left the dream and went outside the city, describing the area beyond it as a vast, chaotic space. Back in the Perilous Trail quest and the Chasm, Zhao said something similar, that all of the separate spaces were chaotic, yet connected. And when we tried to contact Zhao from those different spaces, his voice was distorted, not unlike how Rukkhadevada's voice was distorted in the memory that she left behind for Nahida. Now, I'm starting to think that the world of Teyvat is just a series of small domains stitched together, and that the space between these domains is a chaotic space, full of raw, meaningless, nonsensical data that has yet to be processed into something readable. This fits with the computer analogy we're using because computers hate nonsensical data. It renders them virtually unusable. And what do you do with an unreadable file? Or an undesired one? I don't know about you, but I just delete it. And that deleted file usually goes in the recycling bin, which Irminsul probably doesn't have, but given that its roots extend to the Abyss, I wonder if it's not dumping unwanted data into the Abyss and just letting it get lost in this sea of chaos. So what would happen if someone tried to, I don't know, recover deleted data sent into the Abyss? Would they perhaps be acquiring forbidden knowledge? In the desert of Sumeru, we learned about King Deshret, a dear friend of Rukkhadevada and the Goddess of Flowers. Due to unknown circumstances, the Goddess of Flowers died, and out of grief, King Deshret tried to build an eternal utopia we know as the Golden Slumber. In doing so, he discovered forbidden knowledge which polluted the land, infected his people with Elazar, and nearly drove him insane. But if you read the Staff of Scarlet Sands, you get a slightly different picture of what might have happened. The text in this weapon is told from the Scarlet King's perspective, in first person, so it's kind of like seeing his last thoughts just before he perished, based on the events that it describes. And these events are quite interesting. He starts by describing how the world was created, then goes on to say that the world was infected by a dark poison, and that was driven back by the celestial spikes. Then he seems to go on a crazed rant, talking about how everything should be undone, how the barriers between life and death should be removed, and how time and space should become one thing, and how nothing should exist. Basically, grind all structured matter down until it's nothing but unrecognizable bits of atoms and data. But then he seems to gather his senses again and realizes that he never wanted a utopia at all. He simply wanted to be with the Goddess of Flowers and Rukkhadevada again. He wanted the Goddess of Flowers to live. Which is quite interesting, because in Sino's story quest, we learn of a temple called the Court of Desolation. First, black mud oozed out from underground, then corrosive beast, a potential member of the Hexen Circle. So the disaster of Conria had a few important and notable events. First, black mud oozed out from underground, then corrosive beasts like rift hounds began to spread, and then the Conrian people were cursed and their entire nation was destroyed by the sustainer of heavenly principles. Rhine-Daughter is indeed
Oh wait, she did that? Yeah, because it's those fucking nasty squares. Yeah, she did that? Oh my god.
Of heavenly principles. Rhine-Daughter is indeed responsible for the creation of the Rift Hounds. However, the description of the Golden Wolf Lord states that the creation was unintentional. I've taken this in the past to mean that she didn't mean for them to be monsters for a few reasons. One of them being Durin. Durin is described historically as being a massive black dragon with corrosive blood, capable of causing ley lines themselves to mutate. He was considered a horrible threat, and yet all of the lore told from his perspective paints him as a very friendly dragon who was happy to meet new people and who wanted to sing songs about his home.
Wow.
And the Rift Wolves and Durin are creatures that she made before she made Albedo, and Albedo is the creation that she recreate something from data long since discarded using a forbidden type of alchemy that we know as Chemia. Now within Chemia, there are 4 stages. There's Nigrido, or source material, represented by the color black, Albedo, or pure material, represented by white, Rubido, or refined material, represented by red, and Citrinitas, or final product, represented by the color yellow. The idea here is that in order to transmute whatever it is that you want, you must first obtain the source material, process it until it's pure, refine it into something workable, and then craft whatever it is you want from that material. Durin was considered a success because he was the proof of concept of the Nigrido stage, a black dragon. By no means perfect, but proof that her methods could create sentient life, presumably from discarded data, which Note that members of the Abyss Order carry ley line branches. And yes, I know the big ones don't. They carry those dark statuettes, but before those dark statuettes were released, they did actually carry ley line branches. So I'm just assuming all of them have them. Now, we know that ley line branches are connected to Irminsul itself, and Irminsul is full of memories and elemental energy. Now, this may be why the Abysslings can manipulate the elements, and the branches may allow them to kind of stabilize their own mental state so they don't succumb fully to the corruption of the Abyss. Yet it's possible they also allowed themselves to consume forbidden knowledge and embraced it, which transformed them into beings other than Hilichurls. We will explore this concept more in the second part, keep it in mind. Now, Dainsleif has had a few encounters with a Hydro Abyss Herald, and on one of these occasions, the Herald comments on how Dane's corruption is spreading and that they are not so different. I've interpreted that to mean that, you know, whatever it is that the Abyss Herald has been infected with, Dainsleif has also been infected with it. So, by that logic, it's possible that Dainsleif has also been infected with forbidden knowledge and has maintained some level of control over his infection. In fact, his title of Bow Keeper is vague in English, but in Chinese it translates a little more closely to Stick Picker-Upper. And if the sticks in question are fallen branches of Irminsul, we might think of them as discarded pieces of data from Irminsul. In other words, Dainsleif is the keeper of lost memories. He may not have been able to stop the disaster in Conria, but based on his words in Travail, he does seem motivated to break free of the laws of Tevat. His exact words are, "We will defy this world with a power from beyond," which is funny because a power from beyond is exactly the words used to describe forbidden knowledge, because it does come from beyond this world. And the icing on the cake here actually comes from his character card, which was unfortunately only ever released in Chinese. But at the bottom of it, where his elements should be listed, is this mess. Many have tried to decode this with marginal success, but I would like to argue that this cannot be decoded because there's literally nothing to decode. His element is literally nothing. It's the forbidden knowledge. It's corrupted, scrambled data that literally cannot be understood. This would explain a lot of things. The Abyss Order's attempt to revive the homeland may be an attempt to literally recover Conria from corrupted data found deep within the Abyss. And if they can pull that off, then they just might be able to recover data from even farther back. Primordial data, which may or may not be of interest to us and our twin. See, I've long since held the belief that the twins really are from Tevat originally, but from a time that has been deleted from Irminsul. We know that's possible now. And we know that the Traveler has headaches and doesn't completely trust their own memories, which means that there could be gaps in there where their memories have been completely removed or sealed. And on the twins' character cards, the Chinese text calls Tevat your new world, as in possessive. And it also says that, quote, "Your homeland has been destroyed. All architecture has been reduced to dust. You are originally the one that should own your world and embrace the people within, but the last descendant of the subjugated civilization. Please do not lament the lost moments." If this is to be taken literally, and the twins are from a deleted civilization, then it would explain why we generate resin, have an affinity for elemental energy, why we can so easily connect with Irminsul, and why we can purify corrupted materials. Because we're from here. We're supposed to be able to do that. And it means that our twin might be trying to quite literally restore the homeland from corrupted data by means of forbidden knowledge. I have a lot more to say on this topic, but I'm going to save the rest of this for part 2 of this mini-series, where I will be talking about Seely's...
I'm going to watch it all without you. Okay. Okay, maybe it's a little interesting. Okay, maybe it's a little interesting. Okay, I mean, it's not too shabby, I guess. I guess we'll have to play, what? Monday? Probably? Yeah, I guess we'll see. Fontaine next week? No. Alright, well, I love you all. Thank you so much for joining me today. I had a great time. I gotta play Fates later and do a little homework, but I'll be here. Thanks for joining me all the way till fucking 10 a.m. God damn it. Have a great rest of your day. I'll be back this afternoon, okay? Alright. Bye, everyone. Sleep well. And thanks for all the farming we did today. That was really, really helpful. All right. Have a great day. Bye.